Okay, good morning, everyone. I declare the council meeting CO26/8 open and welcome everyone here. Please note this meeting is being live streamed and the consequences of that. I shall open with our karakia. Whakatau mai te wairua, whakawātea mai te hinanaro, whakarite mai te tinana ki ea ai ngā mahi. Hey, I think we've got apologies today. 2, 3, 4, 5.
G for Tracy Cox.
Councillor Cox said, okay, thank you for that. Can I have a mover and seconder for that? Councillor Sol, Deputy Mayor Murray Benge, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. There are no late items. Didn't have a declaration of interest. I guess we can cover it on each one if we need to. There are no public excluded items and there's no public forum, although this is kind of a public situation anyway. So we'll move to the first item, which is the annual plan 26-27 hearings. And we just need a mover and seconder to receive the report and that the verbal submissions be received. So can I have a mover? Councillor Daly, Councillor Ray, all in favour, please say aye. Against, carried. So we'll move through. We'll have quite a few speakers today. And so I try and keep to time. We've got about 10 minutes each, and I think looks like we've got Tourism Bay of Plenty up first. So, gentlemen, would you like to introduce yourselves and speak?
Kia ora, Mayor Denyer and elected members. To my right here, I have Janine Tulloch, our Deputy Chair. Also joining us from overseas is Oscar Nathan, who was here last week. You're well aware of him. Councillor Kevin Schuller from TCC and Hayden Mariner, who also presented to you last week. So we have submitted 2 submissions for the annual plan. The first is the Aotearoa Place brand project. So I will talk about it very briefly in a few slides and then pass over to Oscar and Kevin as well. So obviously we've got a paper as well that we submitted, and it's our intention that that be put forward as an IOP as well later on. So first of all, the opportunity, as you knew from last week, Western Bay has invested significantly in developing a brand, including discovery work, iwi engagement, community consultation, and the agency that they work with. So the opportunity now lies in implementing that work, making the brand live in a timely manner for some of the key events that are coming to our region. The funding that we're seeking is $148,500 to deliver the brand implementation. And this is also supported with TCC's funding, as well as in-kind partnership funding from TBOP, Priority 1, the Regional Council, the University of Waikato, Port of Tauranga, and other key businesses. So how does that contribution look? This is what we've proposed in the paper. TCC 450,000, which was approved Tuesday. Western Bay 148,500, and then you can see those other contributions coming forward to reach almost $1 million or just over $1 million. So some of the key advantages here, it's leveraging existing investment and relationships by maintaining momentum of what you've already done. This implementation phase gets us to core touch points, tools, and campaigns. And as we talked about last week, it strongly positions the region for international events, but also allows each ward to have their own personality within that brand structure. And then something else that I mentioned quite strongly last week, it's all about amplifying our competitive advantage as a region and making sure that we have a good share of voice compared to other regions. So I'll now pass on to Oscar to make some comments, and then Kevin. Oscar, you may have to, yep.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can.
Yes, you can. Thank you. Kia ora, everybody. Apologies, I'm on leave, but I'm at work right at the moment. Just wanted to also put an apology from our chair, Russ, who's also unable to make it today. As Richard said, and we had the opportunity to talk to you all last week, we're very much at milestone stages now with the brand development. Significant milestone was presenting to do TCC on Tuesday, and we're fortunate to have Councillor Schuler in the room to be able to talk to that. But also the opportunity for where we are right now is it's really significant from the perspective of what's happening with the wider region. I'm really conscious, we're extremely conscious about the current environment, but at the same time, we're also conscious about there's no time like the present in terms of really delivering on a brand that people can actually get inspiration from as we go forward over the next couple of years. And as we said to you last week, we're really adamant this is shaping up the right way. It's within a freedom framework. We're really conscious that we've done the right things here. And I'd like to just hand over to Councillor Schuler just to make some comments.
Good morning, everyone. Yeah, great to be here today. Warm reception like last time we were sitting across from you, I hope. Been enjoying watching you and your videos for your annual plan. So I suppose as a lead into that, we had a meeting ourselves the other day, quite a difficult morning, looking at short-term, what we're doing in the current sort of climate and environment. This discussion for us too also centered around us putting on a different hat, a sort of a medium long-term hat, and what this region needs, going forward over, 3, 10, 15, a legacy brand for the region. And I've been fortunate to be involved with Mayor Denyer on the committee in the initial stages of finding the right people to deliver on this brand. And I suppose today I'm here just to tell you, I suppose, the thinking and the support that we, Tauranga City Council, had for this. The seed money that we all agreed to do, and we all agreed in concept that this brand is important, was the money to engage Guardians, a very well-known national and international agency for creating this regional brand identity. And then for me, this is about the succeed money that we need now, and it needs to be led by the councils. We chose to be part of that leadership to roll this out for two. We've got an incredible launch pad ahead of us in a couple of years' time in 2028 with World Tri-Series 28 and then the T20 World Cup cricket to really launch this regional brand. But it takes time to embed that. It takes time for that to get traction. And so a lot of our thinking and decision-making was with that medium-term hat on and was understanding fully the opportunity that's sitting right in front of us in 2-3 years' time to have this up and running and becoming a very significant legacy for the region. So, yeah, I mean, that's probably what framed our thinking and framed our decision. We had a lot of hard questions asked, and it is, as I said at the start, a tough environment right now. But hopefully the commitment you've had to it to get it to where it is now and the understanding of what it needs to become part of this region will influence your thinking today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Schuler. Is that your submission or Hayden? Yeah, okay. Are there any questions for Tourism Bay of Plenty? Deputy Mayor?
So you're saying, Councillor Schuler, we could curl up and die with what's happening on the global scene, or else we can bite the bullet and plan for the future?
I don't know if I'd say curl up and die, but I just think in this role, you have to wear multiple hats. And like I say, yeah, there is a lot of uncertainty at the moment, but there is a real opportunity through this brand to Tauranga and this whole wider region does very well, and is a place that people do want to come, but it still doesn't have this general broader brand identity, which will, I think, we believe, can really, really take us into the future. So yeah, I wouldn't say curl up and die, but I certainly say let's think about what this brand can do for us.
Councillor Daly?
Yeah, thanks for coming in, team. My question Richard, your funding allocation from the two councils, that's done on a percentage split, isn't it? What are we looking at? 85-15 or something like that?
That's correct, yes.
So now my question to Herb is, I see TCC contribution to this one is 43, but Western Bay is 14. Has there been an advocacy for funding from external sources that's allowed TCC to reduce their contribution?
I can speak, sorry, Kevin. So
Can I just,
Oscar can probably speak to that as well.
yeah, I can probably
so-
speak to that. So, correction, councillor Daly, up until now, so to June 30, we worked on a ratio, very much at the start of the journey, worked on a ratio, to keep it simple, similar to T-Box level of funding. So it was circa 85% TCC, 15% Western Bay. Essentially what we're proposing from FY27 going forward is a 3-to-1 ratio. So you'll notice that if you take the 450 and the 148 500, that's a 3-to-1 ratio. 3 to TCC, 1 to Western Bay. The reason why that's been adjusted in that manner has been, to be completely frank and open, and this was communicated earlier to the governance group, it was better to reflect the degree of engagement and proactive and needed engagement across the wider region. And respectfully, there is a lot of engagement happening vis-a-vis Western Bay, in many respects over and above TCC, because you have some very clear communities of identity, you have some very clear communities that have a very strong story, and we're trying to spend the time to reflect that. And that's why that slight adjustment's been made from the 3-to-1. I think if you go 85, I'm not good at math, 85-15, it was about 4 point something to 1. So it has been adjusted 3-to-1. So that's from the council perspective. And then the rest of the funding contributions there, Tourism Bay of Plenty, we will put our shoulder to the wheel as much as, we're in a very tight fiscal. We'll put our shoulder to the wheel and put a minimum commitment of 125. And that's from existing campaign changes up that we would simply just morph into whatever our two shareholder councils decide and direct. And we would ensure that we start communicating in that regard and investing behind the brand. Dave from Priority One has made a commitment, both of cash and kind, of circa 75,000. They would do similar in terms of talent attraction and adoption. And when you get to the partners in terms of Bay of Plenty Regional Council, the university, and so forth, that is very much a combination of cash and kind. And I'm not going to sugarcoat this. For us, it's about taking a leadership role to show them the inspiration and the structure that we will have. We will receive a Tonga in June around this brand. And then we've got opportunity and time to go out and talk to those key players like the port, like the airport, like the university and Zespri, to show them how this regional brand can really leverage the work they're doing. And we've had firm commitments and conversations that they're excited about that, because they need a unifying identity and they don't have that at the moment.
Thanks, Oscar. That's a good explanation. And I was going to congratulate you, because when you first came to talk to us about a year or ago on the Aotearoa region, you did suggest that TBOC could chip in as well. So I guess I just hope that doesn't come at the expense of any of the other deliverables that you do. But
Grant, I think we better keep it to questions because we don't want to get behind time at this point.
yeah, so so I was interested in that additional funding, and I think it's great that you can keep advocating for more input from those other commercial partners, because it will benefit them as well.
Thank you. Before we move to the next submitter, did you want to say anything about the kiosk, or is that?
Yes, if I could just spend a couple of minutes on that and make it very brief. So we've also been approached to look at opportunities for Waihi Beach, and something that's come up, which is leveraged off the success of what we do elsewhere with digital kiosks, is potentially having a digital kiosk at Waihi Beach, for two reasons really: for visitor information, but also for emergency services. And this is becoming an increasing part of what the digital kiosk network is all about. I believe This year alone, quote me if I'm wrong, but the emergency status has been activated, I think, up to 5 times, and we've managed to put that on the kiosk each time. And we've got Sean at the end here, so if we can just swap out. Sean's our digital marketing manager and responsible for looking after the digital kiosk network, making sure that it's maintained, it's up to date, that it has all the content of the region, what to do, be it visitor deals, accommodation deals as well. And the ask here is for 34,000. So I think, take that in context to what it would cost for extended hours, say at a visitor information centre or anything else. This provides a innovative solution to help that visitor economy in Waihi Beach. So I'll just pass on briefly to Sean to elaborate a little bit on the kiosks.
Good morning, kia ora. So just a quick overview of the digital kiosk network, where we have had 4 kiosks running across Tauranga City, the airport and Mount Maunganui. They've worked really well in providing a solution for dynamic signage, so you can chop and change information quite quickly for interpretive signage. And then, as Richard touched on, we also feed in from Emergency, Bay of Plenty, Civil Defence and Met Service a live feed. So should we go into any alert status, we can quickly deploy those via any activity that Civil Defence deems appropriate for that situation. They've worked quite effective, and over 63% of those views of total kiosk views have been through looking at emergency and weather awareness information. So we've found it's a really great communication tool for that category. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean. Any questions around the kiosk, Councillor Ray?
When it says emergency services, do you just mean like weather-related events, like declaring a state of emergency or something like that? Because when I think of emergency services, I think of like the fire brigade, the Coast Guard, things like that. So sounds like it might be slightly different.
Thanks for the question. So the emergency management information comes from Emergency Bay of Plenty. So it will cover anything from a weather-related event to tsunami to earthquake as they deem appropriate.
That's all Civil Defence. Thank
correct,
you.
yeah.
So last question. A tourist coming from, say, another country, do they not get an alert on their phone?
It depends what we call that a common alert protocol, and depends the proximity to the local mobile tower, and depends also on their device. As you've probably seen in New Zealand, we get a bit of a mixed bag when those alerts are sent out. Some are staggered across different networks and devices. A good example is we have 200,000 people come off the cruise ships over the summer, and many of those come off without the SIM card that would connect into our local mobile towers. So an extra supporting supplementary resource like the digital kiosks can play a role there.
Okay. Thanks.
Thank you. We better move on there. So thank you very much, Richard, Janine, Councillor Sheila and Sean, and Hayden, of course, and Oscar online. Thank you very much. And we'll obviously deliberate in due course. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
So I understand that Chantal Padgell is on Zoom. So I'll invite her to speak. There we are.
Yeah, tēnā koutou e te hea mana, e nā mema o te kaunihera, me nā mana whenua, tēnā koutou katoa. My name is Chantal Padgell. I am the Regional Conservation Manager for Forest and Bird in the Bay of Plenty and East Coast. And I'm representing the Society and 2 local branches in the Western Bay of Plenty. The Western Bay of Plenty is already experiencing increasing environmental pressure on freshwater, coastal systems, and biodiversity. Without sufficient investment now, these pressures will intensify and the long-term costs, financial and environmental, will grow. We encourage Council to increase investment in green infrastructure. Nature-based solutions like urban trees, wetlands, and green spaces improve resilience to climate impacts, enhance water and air quality, reduce heat and flooding, and support community well-being. A practical next step is district-wide urban tree canopy strategy, as green infrastructure delivers multiple benefits and represents strong value for money. We support a pay-what-you-use approach to water. It creates an incentive to conserve, reduces pressure on rivers and aquifers, and helps protect freshwater ecosystems. However, we do not support spending $65,000 on a single fluoride-free tap. Instead, this funding could be redirected toward riparian and wetland restoration, including native planting, ongoing maintenance, and stock exclusion. These kinds of investments reduce sediment and nutrient runoff, improve freshwater and estuarine health, and help reconnect habitats for native species. Alternatively, it could support community and iwi-led restoration through tools, plans, coordination, and training, building long-term stewardship and local capability. We want to emphasize that even relatively small investments in conservation can deliver significant returns. Public conservation land alone contributes billions each year in ecosystem services across Aotearoa. Targeted funding that restores and protects ecosystems is therefore an investment in long-term environmental and community well-being, and we believe delivers a far better value than spending on a single public tap. We do acknowledge the cost of living pressures and generally support the proposed rates increase to allow for council operations to continue. However, we strongly urge Council not to reduce investment in biodiversity. Healthy ecosystems underpin essential services such as clean water, flood mitigation, and climate resilience. These benefits are costly to restore once they are lost. Cutting funding now risks higher costs and greater environmental decline in the future. Aotearoa New Zealand is facing both a biodiversity and a climate crisis. Council annual plans must reflect this reality. Investment in biodiversity and green infrastructure is not discretionary. It is foundational infrastructure for resilient communities. So we encourage Council to prioritize nature-based solutions, to maintain biodiversity investment and ensure funding delivers long-term value. This plan is an opportunity to invest wisely in the long-term resilience of the Western Bay of Plenty. Ngāhere nui kia koutou mo te whai wahi ki te kōrero. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak today. On behalf of our local branches, we thank you for your time. Kia ora.
Kia ora. Thank you, Chantal. Great to hear from you, and open up to questions from councillors. No? Councillor Daly?
Chantal, I'm interested in your comment about spending and investment in biodiversity. Interestingly, I did a submission to the Regional Council on Monday. I assume you probably did as well, but they spend $22 million on Indigenous biodiversity measures. Marlborough District Council spends $200,000. In terms of who should be doing what, do you think we should be stepping up when we've got a regional council spending $22 million? And what measures would you prioritise for a district council over a regional council?
Yeah, that's a good question. The 22 million that council is investing in biodiversity is roughly 11% of the general funding they have available. This is not nearly enough. So the average council is spending across the motu is 3% on biodiversity of the overall funding they have available. I would encourage Western Bay District Council to work closely with the regional council to ensure more funding is set aside for these critical ecosystem services, because we have seen in the last couple of months that the region is really in distress when it comes to the impacts of climate change, and more investment in biodiversity, in nature-based solutions can really help to mitigate that impact. And yeah, our lives literally depend on it, that we put biodiversity first. It is, after all, green infrastructure, and it will help to support our communities on the long term.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I think there was,
Oh,
there's one more question, Councillor Daly.
Can you just repeat the 3 nature-based solutions that you used as examples at the beginning? I just missed them. And I can't find it in your presentation.
Oh, you mean when I spoke about the TAP?
No, you talked about the use of nature-based solutions such as wetlands, and I just wanted to know what the other examples were, because they went in and out.
Wetlands, restoring wetlands, providing room for rivers, and to invest in planting of native or restoring our native forests. So those are the key 3 nature-based solutions that can be implemented by councils. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, Chantal, thank you very much for your presentation and submission. And yeah, okay, we'll deliberate in due course. So thank you very much.
Kia ora.
Kia ora. Okay, so moving on, we'll move now to Rosemary Merritt from Katikati Croquet Club, if you'd like to come and take a seat.
Kia ora katoa, ko Rosie Marriott tākua ingoa, ko Katikati ahau. I represent the Katikati Croquet Club. We have been informed of impending increases in our rent that we pay to the council, and we understand that as costs are going up, we need to acknowledge that this is necessary. But the information that was sent to us implied that it was going to be worked out on a square meterage basis for the building and for the land. And we nearly all fell off our seats when we read that, because the Croquet Club has 5 full-sized croquet lawns. And this takes up a considerable amount of land, of course. And we also have the Nancy Merriman house that we look after as our club rooms, and are responsible for much of the maintenance on it. And we feel that we would be unable to proceed as a club if our fees to the council were done on this basis. We think that we are reasonably unusual, if not unique, amongst the people who lease council land, in that we employ a greenkeeper to care for the land. We spend a lot of money keeping the land up to scratch for first-class croquet lawns. There's only one other in the area that, in the Bay of Plenty, that is up to standard, and that is Mount Maunganui. So last year we took the overflow from the national championships, and in 2027, next year, or might be the year after, 28, we are down to take the overflow for the international championships. So we are very conscious of the need to keep our lawns up to world-class standards. And we also maintain the clubhouse to high standard as well. And if any of you have ever visited, I'm sure you'll be as proud of it as we are. And we feel that we cannot meet severely increased costs in the future.
Thank you, Rosemary. And thank you for maintaining what is a beautiful club. I have played there once or twice, and it's a lovely venue. Perhaps a question from me. You suggested you may not be able to afford it if it's charged on a per square meter basis. Is that not how it's charged currently for you?
I haven't personally read the lease, and I have to admit that the person who was supposed to represent us, our Vice President, Boyd Jones, was unable to be here today, and yesterday I got roped in to come here today.
My sympathies.
So I haven't actually read the lease, but my understanding of it was the whole thing was sort of encompassed in the lease agreement. I'm not sure that it was broken down into a square meterage, but I cannot be sure of that.
Okay.
It's not the impression that I was given. And I'm not exactly sure. Don't ask me how many square meters of land we have, but it's a lot. We completely maintain them. We run 2 mowers. One is a mower that keeps the lawn down to about 2 centimeters, and that's mowed at least twice a week to keep the lawns in tip-top condition. We also have a second mower so that we can keep the council land. Our surrounding bits just kept to a lawn standard, and I have to say that we maintain our part of it a lot better than the adjacent Hunter Reserve, which is not mowed very often these days. So the amenity is not used in any commercial. That was one of the considerations in the lease thing. We do not have any commercial activity. We don't run pokies or a bar or any kind of commercial activities like that. And so the funding is through some grants that we do get to run tournaments, and we have got a sponsor that helps with our fertiliser costs, but not entirely. And basically it's membership fees.
Yeah, thank you. Any other questions? Councillor Joyce.
I realise you've had a hospital pass. I always thought that was a rugby term, but apparently it applies in croquet as well. Can you, I know you can't do this today, but if someone could email in to council just an idea of what the change in costs would be under this formula, that would be very helpful.
I think, appreciate that. I think it's probably best if we can simply ask our staff to give that data.
Either way, whatever
Yeah,
works,
yeah.
but I just want to get a feeling for the impact on the club, and I realise you've been roped in at the last minute, so I can't ask you, but if we get some idea of the impact, that would be very helpful.
Well, we don't actually know what the intended increase is.
Okay,
I think
if
something
staff could do that, that'd be really cool.
Yes.
And also, I guess there's also more for staff than for you, but will the new arrangements take into account if clubs look after council land as well? I think that's a valid point that we need to look at.
Okay. I think we're getting into almost the deliberation. So if there are any questions that, Deputy Mayor and then Councillor Sol.
I think I'd just like to say what a wonderful service you provide for the wider community, and you're on council ground and you're paying 300 and something a year for the rental. Is that correct?
It would be, it's something quite very reasonable, yes.
Yes. Would you see a 10% increase being acceptable?
Oh, absolutely. We understand. I mean, the lease was, as I understand it, a 20-year lease. I think it was in 2009, and it expires in 2029. So we do expect there to be some increase. But when we read the way that it was being worked out on a square meterage basis and not looking at the overview of the whole facility that we run, we were quite concerned that it might be, because our members currently pay $275 a year for fees, and most of that is spent on the upkeep of the lawns. And we're proposing at our AGM that comes up in June to put it up to $300, but we feel that there gets to be a point in a fixed income situation that we have with our members where they drop off, and then you get the situation where if your fees are too high and you lose members, you're not really making ground there. So.
Okay, I think we better keep it moving. Councillor Sol and then Councillor Ray.
Thank you for that. And yes, you do have, offer something really quite important to a lot of people. My question basically is about your membership. How many members, active members, do you have now? And is it growing? Is it decreasing? How do you just see it?
It's quite static at the moment.
Static?
Yes, we've got 72 members. this is the month that our membership fees are due in, and we have been made aware that a couple of people have moved out of the district and some have gone into nursing homes, but we have got new members come up as well. So we're expecting the membership for the coming year to be somewhere between 68 and 72. And it's been like that for a few years. And in addition, of course, we do have a lot of other people. Just don't think that there's only 70 odd people using the facility. We have business house, twilight business house meetings, and we have dozens of people come along in daylight saving times and play friendly games. I'm not sure that's the right word for croquet, but competitive games. So we are there for the community, and also the teachers at the primary school always have their breakup and do it in a form of playing croquet. That's how they sort of unwind for the end of the year. We can't actually keep our grounds unlocked. They're secured because of the high maintenance costs of the lawns. We have that part not open to the public unless they've arranged for someone of us to come along and open up and supervise.
Rosemary, I think we better move on to the next question. You've answered Councillor Sol pretty well there. Councillor Ray.
Thank you. Amazing the work that you're doing here. I just have one quick question. You may not know the answer to it though, but I was quite concerned about this whole proposal, and I don't necessarily agree with raising fees. So I'm glad you took the time to come in, because I expected quite an influx of other clubs around the district. But the question is, were you actually notified specifically as a leaseholder, or did you just find out about this because we opened for consultation?
Because you were open for consultation, an email was flicked to us from the Western Bay Council, and when we opened that email up and read what was being proposed, not by councillors, I think it was by being prepared by staff members about recovering costs of council land. We thought, oh my word, that would put us out of business.
Okay, so you weren't directly notified as a leaseholder, so that's
Yes.
really helpful. Look, I think well, thank you very much for your presentation, and we'll certainly take your comments into account. I think it would be vital for us to actually understand the sort of before and after, because I think there's a bit of detail there that might be being missed. So I think we'll have a good look at that, and we'll certainly take your views and your situation into account. So thank you very much, Rosemary.
Thank you.
Okay, so moving on, we have Wayne Lowry from Cora. Wayne, old hand at this one.
Okay, are we on? Yep, okay. I've got a small presentation here to support what I'm about to say today. Give her a chance to pop up. Okay. I'll pop on to the other one. So the first thing I'd like to say is thank you very much for the opportunity to present today. I see Cora, the Ratepayers Association, and the council working very closely together, and we've had a lot of success in doing that over the time that I've been involved, and I've had tremendous support from councillors in a number of areas, and recently in State Highway 29, and I'd like to thank you all very much for that support. I don't know if you heard, but there was an accident on State Highway 29 today, and the road's closed for quite a while, so maybe it doesn't bode too well. So let's hope everybody's okay. But what it does do is it does highlight just how important the work that we've been doing on State Highway 29 is. And even though we're a small organisation representing Cora, the work we do does impact the region overall. So today what I want to do is try to explain to you why our area should be seen as a positive cash flow generator for the wider Bay of Plenty rather than a cost centre. The first thing I wanted to do, and there was a thing just recently, just before on about biodiversity, and maybe this will help the council in regard to satisfying some of the biodiversity requirements. But at the moment, if you look on the maps, we break down to the urban environment and to the rural environment. So you're either in a 400 square metre section or you're on 50 acres. There's no designation that really covers the middle ground, 1, 2, 3, 5 acres, 10-acre blocks. And this is a very important part of the way that we live. But also there are areas that don't have council connected services. And so one of the important things that you will continually hear from me is the need to go along and have a third designation, which is country. So that instead of it going just from urban to rural, I think there should be a designation for country. And that country designation helps us preserve and protect the biodiversity and the lifestyle choices that people can make in regard to how they choose to live. You'll see here that McLaren Falls here is a very, very important tourist destination for the Bay of Plenty. With the demise of Mount Maunganui and the tragedy that's happened over there, what we're seeing is a lot more traffic coming through into McLaren Falls. And it's still a very big magnet to attract people to the region, both domestic tourism and overseas tourists. And I think part of our conversations is that this biodiversity, or sorry, this tourism component that we bring to the region is not being given adequate acknowledgement in the expenditure that's happening in our region. And what we're seeing is quite a significant demise on the quality of and the standard that we're offering our tourists and our local residents. And I would like to see that improve. So there you go. It gives you some indication of the sort of numbers we're talking about in regard to the tourism. This comes from our friend Google. But there it is in Tauranga. It's a lot of money. The other complicating factor is that TCC and the Western Bay of Plenty District Council both manage our area. So some of the stuff is Western Bay and some of it's Tauranga City Council. It makes it a little bit difficult when you're putting a ticket in regard to who it actually applies to. Now, I'd like you all to take a very good, strong look at this particular photo. This is our monument. It's our weather vane, and it tells us how well we are doing as a region in our area. And I say that with all seriousness, because everybody that lives in McLaren Falls drives past this. It is a hole in the ground with a toilet over the top of it, no running water, and then it's got a box that fits over the top to contain the smell. And this is what we expect our tourists to use when they come to visit the area. I've been campaigning for 6 years or more to try and have this upgraded without any success. It's not just the toilet. The toilet represents how we feel as residents that we're being treated by the Western Bay of Plenty District Council. Just take a moment. What this represents, and I had a meeting on Monday with our Cora group, and they were becoming very disengaged. When I talk to my local community, they're becoming disengaged. And I said to my wife last night, well, my wife said to me, she said, I don't know why you do this. You're just banging your head against a brick wall. And I do it because it's important. Progress is made when people like myself sit here and bring these issues to people like yourselves. And together we go along and we progress things. You'll see here a rural works charge. This is another charge that sticks in the claw of the rural community. This rural works charge has been implemented ever since I've been in the Kaimai region, and yet we still can't get our toilet. We can't get the things that we need. We can't get the maintenance. We can't get the asset programs that we need to go along and keep the place up to the necessary standard that's required to attract tourists to our area. I believe that the council would do well to go along and actually lose this rural works charge, because it's almost an insult to the rural community, because it goes along and it says you are different, and we're not. We've got different needs, but we're not different. We're just as important as everybody else. This road here, let's see if I can point it out for you on the mouse. I'll just stand up and show you. This area here, you come over the bridge here, and you come up this U-bend here. Now this is the corner here. This one too, but this one here is very narrow. Sorry, it's very narrow, and it goes uphill, and it has a drain. You can see it on the right-hand side slide. There's a drain on the left-hand side between the wall and the yellow line. My suggestion is that we go along and we change that from being an open drain to being a curb. That is I've lost it now, but it's the same as the other side, which is a proper curb like you'd see in an urban environment. When you come down the hill onto the bridge, it's been done like that, and I'm suggesting that we do it on the other side. And what that does is it makes this road about another 600 millimetres wider, and it makes more capacity for wider vehicles like camper vans and trailers and that sort of stuff to be able to pass as they go up and down that particular stretch of road. At the moment, there is a strong reluctance by vehicles, as you can expect, to go off the road in order to create that space. So if we can make that and tidy that up, it goes along and it makes that road wider and makes the whole area, that whole stretch of road, a lot safer. There is curb and channel, that's what I was looking for. Thank you. Right. We need an ongoing maintenance program. At the moment, the foliage around the falls area is overgrown. A few years ago, we managed to get the growth cut back, but now it's grown again. I've put the tickets in, but without any luck in trying to get that maintenance done. But what it does is it obscures the vision of the traffic on the road. You can't see traffic coming down the other way. So not only is it obscuring the views from the traffic point, from the bridge point of view in regard to spoiling the experience, but it's also unsafe for people going up and down the bridge. So we'd like this area cleaned up, please. We'd like a public transport system. We're only 10 minutes out of Tariko, and there's a trial at the moment with the public transport for this on-demand bus service. And I know it's an 18-month trial that's been constrained to a particular area, and there's probably a reluctance to go along and change the dynamics of that. But once that trial's over, then perhaps we could work together to try and see if we can get something like this implemented in our area. Civil defence preparedness. I got quite a bit of pushback on this when I raised it at the local community, the Kaimai Kora meeting on Monday, and people saying, "Oh, why do we need this?" But we live right next door to White Island, and it's already shown its vigour recently, and I'm sure it will do so again. So it's not a matter of going along and just sort of sitting on your hands and waiting. I think it's an opportunity to be proactive and try to start thinking about, okay, so if Whakatane had to evacuate, we needed to go along and cater for a number of people. Where would they go? How do we cater for them? And so forth. So we don't have to go berserk on it, but I think we need to go along and start thinking about how we do that. For example, putting broadband into the local community halls. Why is that? Because one of the first things people want to do is contact their relatives and let them know they're okay. And they can do that over a good broadband solution. And work with the community and the hall committees in order to go along and develop the civil defence opportunity. There's one other last thing I'd like to put at the end of the slide, and that's to do with Poripori Road and the security cameras. Poripori Road, there's a lot of work done on Poripori Road up to about, I don't know, 400, 500, 600 metres prior to coming onto State Highway 29, and that bit of road is now starting to deteriorate quite badly. It would be nice to see that project completed, and the security cameras at Poripori, they unfortunately went missing. Someone needed them more than we did, but if we could please get those security cameras back in place and also get the ones at Piers Road completed as well, please. That would be greatly appreciated. So just to summarise, we are not a cost centre. We are a positive revenue generator area for the region, and I would like to try and see if we can start lifting our game a little bit, please. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Wayne, for that comprehensive submission. Any questions for Wayne? Deputy Mayor.
I think it's a question for the councils, both councils. As you know, Wayne, we're responsible, Western Bay, for the road, and Tauranga City is responsible for McLaren Falls Park and Amanawa Falls. And there is a need with that old power station. The previous manager wanted to put toilets.
Deputy Mayor, I think we need to restrict it to questions.
Yeah, well, I'm getting to the question, sir. And wanted to actually put a toilet in the base of the old power station, which would be easier to do, but that will require, can you actually work with Tauranga and Western Bay to make sure that that toilet is improved?
My preference would be to stay in the existing situation and replace the existing toilet, and I'll explain why. Is when we start going into that big building, we're going into the unknown, and I've got no idea what the cost profile might look like and how long it might take. If we go into an area that we have better control over and have a fairly simple sort of plan, we've got a stronger likelihood of it actually coming off. And I understand there might be a toilet at Omakaroa that might have popped up.
That's not.
I'll put my hand up for that, please.
So the question I was going to have is that toilet on Western Bay land, or is it is it TCC owned?
I think when it was replaced by, this was replaced a few years ago, but it was replaced by Western Bay Plenty.
Right,
yeah.
okay.
Yeah.
Councillor Sol?
Thank you. Mine's a little subjective and just a bit leading in some ways. I just would like to know, where do you feel the rural charge is being used? Do you have some feeling where it goes to, or understand?
I have no understanding at all.
Thank you.
Okay, I think we better move on there. So thank you very much, Wayne. I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you very much, everybody. Appreciate it.
Okay, moving on to Netball Waikato. So Lee, is Lee here?
You're the ones that are delayed.
Delayed. Okay, no. So we'll move straight on to Michelle. Are you? Yeah, there you are. Talking about dog fees, I believe.
So thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to submit to, well, yeah, if I can, I only brought 10 copies because unfortunately I only got the email after I'd done all this. So, so hopefully enough for the councillors. So there's that part and that part because it's cool. So the reason I've come today, unfortunately, again, is that there's increase on dog registration fees. And I've actually had people personally contact me because I'm with one of the kennel clubs. And they're quite distressed. A lot of these elderly folk who have, as you know, and listening to these other submissions, are on restricted incomes. Their dogs are their companions. They are, well, yeah, just this is another burden on them. One of the ladies that was hoping to come to speak today, she just asked me to reiterate to you guys that she was not able to attend because she can't afford the fuel. So again, impact. So with my email, I actually sent it to all the councillors and the mayor. And thank you very much to the mayor for your response. I appreciate that. So coming down, I would like to have a justification and quantify the increase. We are looking at going from this has changed. Oh, sorry, I've been given the wrong information here. I just got this printed out from council staff, okay. My understanding, the new increases, we're looking to go to $154 for an entire dog. So the increase is just on a 10% increase. My thing is here is inflation's at 3%. So I'd like a justification and a quantification as to why we're looking to go so high on something that we get a plastic tag for. But if we want to go through what I've got here, I've asked a few things, so I want a justification on that. I'd like to know the percentage of unregistered dog owners in Western Bay, and we know there's a lot. There's what's your main aim as a council and councillors with the Dog Control Act? My understanding, it should be to get every dog registered within your region. And if you're increasing your fees to this rate, how does that encourage? How does that get everybody to do it? Because they won't. So the other thing is here, and I'm probably cheekily saying this, forward-thinking councils have started to go some potential cost savings. And by doing lifetime tags, there's already, I know of 2 to 3 councils that have moved forward in this region. Rotorua, I know one of the dog control officers over there. They've been doing it for the last 2 years. Southland have gone to it. They've got lifetime tags. They've used orange colour because it's been a colour that's never been used. I understand why we have a tag, is so dog control officers can identify on the street straight away who's got the right colour, who hasn't. So let's find solutions to bring these fees down. When I spoke to council staff here and had a fairly robust conversation with one of the council staff members, the buck lies with you guys. You make the decisions. I was told that you have the power to keep these fees in check. And if they're not giving you the correct information, I suggest you ask your council staff. Where is our money going? Where is it being spent? And how can we do this better? I'm a business owner, and boy, have I had to trim the fat in my business to keep our head above water through COVID and everything else. So my challenge to you all sitting here is, how can we do better? How can we get our fees in check? The information I've put around the table is some of the other councils that have got their fees lower. Okay. I'm with the dog club. I've been with the dog kennel club for years, since 11 years old, started on obedience. Great upbringing, learning about dogs, learning about cure dogs and how to go about things. A lot of the people that have contacted me are Dogs NZKC members, pedigree dogs, but I diversified in my letter because this doesn't pedigree confirmation dogs. Our club holds obedience, rallyo, good canine citizens, etc. So we bring a broader spectrum in, and it's about trying to create a good educated environment on dogs. I'm not sure if your council will do this here, but I know previous councils have actually, the dog sector have worked into going into the schools and educating from the children up. So it can bring a better environment and a better education on how to hopefully bring better dogs within our community. As we know, there's been some terrible incidences, and there has predominantly those dogs are unregistered. So my challenge to you is how can we get everybody to get on the boat? Just diversifying a little bit from my dog registration stuff, if that's okay, because I did put this sort of down a little part. I'm also a multi-ratepayer and a business owner, and just listening to some of the complaint from the previous speaker on his submission, I've got a concern in Katikati. Our town doesn't look inviting when we drive in. Our berms aren't getting maintained. We have our gardens not getting maintained. We have a beautiful town. I'm very proud and take a lot of pride in my town. And it's very disappointing to see, until I ring a council 4 times to get something remedied that I'm paying huge rates for. We had a rate increase on our commercial business a few years back, 43%. And if I'm going to have a 43% increase, I want some bang for my buck. So I'd like to drive into my town and see the pullover area nicely mowed and presented. I thank my Lions for going out there and putting those beautiful baskets we have hanging in our town. That's pride. We've got a mural town. It's beautiful. We have a lot of tourists coming to town. Do we need to go back to our council staff and go, okay, do we need to get tenders submitted and go back to local people looking after our communities? Because it's not happening. And you want to put in an 8.1% rate increase and inflation's 3%, I'm not getting enough bang for my buck. So I'll put it to the floor now, but I want to thank you very much for your time. I really hope we can look seriously at this, the dog control registration fees. I've given you a couple of councils. There's councils, Matamata and Puako. They have a higher fee, but they have a lot of discount rates if you become, actively doing extra things, joining clubs, having D6 dogs, but it also doesn't penalise the entire dogs. One thing I probably shouldn't say, my sister's ex-dog control, but she said to me, we were talking about this morning, and she goes, you know what's going to encourage somebody to D6 the dog when the fees are quite different, there's not much gap between them. But this is actually, for me, I want to see this about educating and getting better dog activities out in the communities and be more proactive on that. So, yeah, thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Some great ideas there for in the dog control sector and also for the town. But I'll go to some questions now. So Councillor Soul first.
Yeah. So I have a long back history in the back in the days of the NZKC.
Yep.
Okay, before it became Dog New Zealand or whatever it is now, Dogs New Zealand. Yep. So my wife and I, this is just to give you some idea of where I come from with
Yep.
my questions.
Yep.
We showed, judged, trialed, bred, etc. dogs. We owned at one stage over 30 dogs ourselves. So I understand some of the issue. So, and I think I've got to point back to you one thing, and that is the Croquet Club. Their membership was $270 to look after that. Now, okay, you have a membership to an organisation. My concern is, at present, the dog or animal control account doesn't wash its face now. Okay, it doesn't meet the requirement of being what it costs and what we get in. So your questions are quite valid, and I understand about the entire dogs, obviously, and the differential. But how can you see, or can you come up with some idea as to how we can recover that cost? Because at present, for the dog owner, be they the good dog owner who meets those requirements and pays it, and those that don't do a darn thing and cause us the cost, how can we recover that cost without it going across everybody? Can we work further with that one? Have you got some ideas?
Well, explain to me. They don't check on anybody. I live rural. Okay. I can guarantee you, I'd hate to think how many unregistered dogs are up my road. Okay. So they're just, we're the cash cow because we pay. And I'd also direct you to have, I don't know if you have seen, but a fully itemised set of accounts from Dog Control. A fully itemised. They don't like to give it out. It's very hard to get, which always makes me question. And I have had it in the past. I've been here before discussing this, and I've always had my doubts. There's things that, okay, if we could stop the complaints by doing, and that's in multiple things, e.g. me bringing the council 4 times to get it all mowed. The day I spoke to the council staff member, I went into work and my staff members go, we've just run council. There's been 2 dogs roaming on the street, firstly trying to get into the BP service station. And then, so they were concerned because they were nearly getting hit by trucks, etc. And we all know how busy it is through Katikati. The council staff's comment to my staff, who I am paying my staff to look after my customers, goes, can you please go outside and catch those dogs and confine them? Not acceptable. Why should my staff be put at risk? They're not, how do they know they even know how to handle dogs? So what do we need? We need to be out there going around, but who's going to want to pay the fees? We need to get a healthy balance.
Thank you for that. And it's our activity or lack of it.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Salt. I think we've got a lot of questions, so we'll try and move through quickly, please, and let's try and get to questions quickly rather than a long intro. Councillor Daly.
Michelle, thanks for coming in, and you're not alone in your concerns about this, but my question is, in terms of increased fees, what's the feedback you're getting, like in terms of, is there a sweet spot? Like you talk about the Rotorua Urban Dog, $125. That's pretty much what we're increasing ours from, I think.
If you look at it's paid media, it's 95.
Yeah, so
I would, the thing is, what I'm getting is I haven't had people contact me in previous years, okay? So obviously it's hurting.
Yeah.
So what I'm trying to get to you is I don't enjoy having to come into council and speak if I can avoid it like the plague I do. But I think it's time we did. I think it's time we came in here and we used our voices and we go, we need you as elected people to start asking the hard questions and going, where can we trim it or how can we improve it? Because it's obvious, like I say, I was blown away to start getting phone calls. And I was like, okay, someone's got to come and talk. And a lot of the people are too scared to come and actually sit here and speak with you.
My question is, do you think people are people telling you they're consciously not paying their dog fees because of the increased cost? I mean, is there
No,
a sweet
everybody
spot?
is paying their dog fees, the ones I'm speaking with, and that's why it's hurting them.
Yeah, yeah. But I mean, I'm talking about the people that you talk about, these dogs that aren't registered. You know,
Well,
are people
there's-
not registering because the cost has got to the point where they just can't, they've just written it off as something they would consider doing, as opposed to a more reasonable dog fee.
I'm being facetious. They've probably never registered their dogs, okay, because they've never been, they're rural. They don't have to.
I think we better keep
Yeah.
questions to something which is directly.
Well, it
directly
is
from
relevant
Michelle.
because every time
Councillor
we
Dan, I
put-
think we better move on.
Well,
Councillor-
if you've got this, you've also know you've got a very different sort of fees with the Matakana Island dogs. And again, why do they get preference? And I do know the answer to this because I've been here before, but.
Okay, Councillor Ray.
Thank you for that. I just briefly wanted to thank you for reiterating the issue in the main street in Katikati, because it just highlights for me 100% why we do need to revert back to local people doing local things. My question though is around the dogs. So I do hear the frustrations a lot, especially out in Makitu where I'm from. I don't personally own a dog, but I guess it comes back to what Councillor Sol was saying around the activity not paying for itself as such. So do you believe that non-dog owners need to pay more for this service? Because that's the give or take really, eh? If we don't increase the fees, we have to put that onto non-dog owners. So it's just a simple yes or no, because don't get me wrong, I 100% agree with you.
If they're using the service, yes.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Deputy Mayor.
You've really sort of answered it, but our problem is the dog account was not paying its way. And so we have to make the decisions. Do we put the prices up, or do we let ratepayers subsidise it? Now, you have made the very good point this morning that on people who own dogs and don't register them and let them run wild, what can we do? And obviously not this morning, but we'd really like to hear from you as to what we could do as council staff to actually make sure we get control of the dogs that aren't registered.
We make a good point there. So the dogs that aren't registered, if they're owned by ratepayers, if you increase it onto the rates, they are paying.
Okay, I think we, Councillor Elvin, then we'll move on.
So do you then. That's the trouble.
I already pay.
Deputy Mayor. Councillor.
I think the reality of it is that you are preaching a very common tale, that it is always the people who comply that pay for the people who don't comply, and that's just a reality. And I don't think, and I'll be sure whether you have any evidence that irrespective of what the fee level would result in any reduction in the number of registered dogs. And that's a difficult. So have you been able to discover any evidence around the place that by having a low dog registration fee, a greater proportion of dogs are registered in the community? Because my understanding, it doesn't make much difference.
Okay, I used to live in Southland and we used to pay a $20 dog registration fee, and they had huge numbers registered when the fee was very low. So with the fee being low, yes, you can encourage more to register their dogs. The thing is that, like I say, it's just the honest people that are always registering their dogs. But again, like we just said here, if you keep the fee down and increase it onto the ratepayers, then maybe the ratepayers will go, hey, you haven't got your dog registered, you know, so.
And just to follow up there, I mean, we are constrained by the legislation in terms of have you made some submissions to the government? Because, I mean, you could only make a submission that if a dog is unregistered and picked up by the council, it can be immediately destroyed rather than being retained in council facilities for 7 days, which seems to be part of where the costs come of running this exercise. So it's in part a central government problem as well. So they asked that. I hope you've made some submissions on that.
Definitely has been submissions going on that. Just one other thing, just to finalise off, which I did actually forget to mention, is, and I had highlighted in the documents I gave you, just so you're aware, council need to be mindful of your, I mean, it states in here reasonable fees, but we've gone through and we understand that. Shall not exceed 50%. Okay, unfortunately, your council staff members just give me the wrong one here, but you should have the correct increases that you're looking to do. So your penalty rates can't be more than 50%. Go and have a look at your fees. Because I found 3 straight up.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so thank you very much. And
thank you, Michelle.
Yeah.
Appreciate you coming in. Thank you. I'm going to do one more person before break for morning tea, and that is Karen Summerhays, I believe is online. Are you there, Karen?
Yes, I am. Kia ora, everyone. Thank you for filling us in today. It was a bit hectic trying to get someone to talk on behalf of the Te Puke Eastern Community Board, and I was the lucky one. So you have our submission. I'm not going to labour through it. I just wanted to point out a few things. Firstly, apologies from Chairperson Dale Snell. She's unwell, otherwise she would be here with me. So I just wanted to talk to you firstly about the process around this annual plan and the timing it has with our delegations and our action plans. It's been quite a struggle for us to provide a submission with costings and things like that because we don't know what our delegations are. And for our action plans, we're being encouraged to provide action plans, but again, without the delegations and understanding what our budgets look like, it's very difficult to accommodate those action plans. So it's just really some principled matters around community boards and funding. We really want to retain our 300,000 for our roading projects as our rohi has increased substantially through the representation review. And the rationale behind retaining the roading budget is that you know yourselves that projects are not cheap. Sometimes we actually have to save for a couple of years to get something across the line. We can't loan, so we have to retain our reserves to achieve anything of any significance. So that's something to consider when you're talking about the allocation of budgets, of all of the budgets actually. So the other thing that we really want to point out is that there are a number of big items, the Bramble Bridge, the Commerce Street toilets, and a few other things that are in our submission. And we recognise that that's not an annual plan issue, that they would be referred to in whole or partly into the LTP. But what we're urging you to do is to get on board early with this annual plan and do the scoping reports and the background research so that when the LTP comes around, you have got the right information in front of you to be able to make the decision as to whether or not it's included in the LTP. Otherwise, we just start with the first 3 years, we'll look into it. And how many times have we done that over the years and we're still looking into it? So I'm just urging you to invest early, get some of these scoping reports and some indicated budgets that are going to be required for you to consider, seriously consider these projects in the LTP. So that's really pretty well all we need to say, apart from any questions regarding, well, I'm happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Karen. Thank you, Karen. I appreciate the brevity, and but we've got your full submission, so there's quite a few items in there which we have all read or certainly will read. So are there any questions of Karen? Councillor Daly.
Karen, Community Board Member Summerhayes. I see in your submission you've requested once again for an upgrade on the Commerce Lane toilet. Can you put some reasoning behind why the community board is so adamant that this toilet needs to be upgraded and why they keep submitting year after year with no action on that project?
Thank you, Councillor. Yes, it has been 4 community boards in succession that has advocated for the upgrade of the Commerce Street facilities. I mean, that area is hugely used by Freedom Campers. It's the main public toilets facilities within the town centre, apart from the ones at the library, which are also a bit dubious, I have to say. There's no multiple gender or any gender toilets. The accessible toilet is leading a lot to be desired. Showering and those sort of facilities that would be like in something like a Kiwi camp, like up at Tech Park, would absolutely service the Freedom Campers better. And just generally the toilets themselves are degraded. I don't feel safe going in there. The lighting is poor. It's a safety matter. It's a hygiene matter. there's a lot that goes on in that space. And I think a town like Te Puke with the kiwi fruit industry depending a lot on people in town who are freedom camping and maybe do not actually have access to showers and even laundry facilities, that would be a great asset to the town.
And Karen, just a quick follow-up. A lot of people, I mean, I've had a lot of feedback that people don't think we should upgrade those toilets to the extent you're talking, because it would encourage more freedom campers, more homeless people down in that car park. Do you agree with that, or do you think that's a false thing? We've just had Wayne Larry from Kaimai Ratepayers talking about the problem with tourists coming to our areas of interest like McLaren Falls and having subjected to substandard toilet facilities. Do you want to comment on that?
Well, I can't comment on behalf of the board because we haven't had that conversation, but I can give you my personal opinion. That is that you're either in it or you're out of it. I mean, if you don't want freedom campers, then don't allocate freedom camping sites. If you do want freedom campers and you see that the benefit to the kiwi fruit industry and all of those other tourism activities in this and the dollar spend in the town by providing freedom camping, then at least be humane about it and actually provide some facilities.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's the end of the questions. So we'll leave it there. Thank you very much time for taking a bit of time out of your day. I assume you're at work. And
Sorry about that. I couldn't change the thing.
Great.
Kia ora. Thank you very much, everybody.
All right, thank you. So we're going to break for morning tea now. We'll be back at 11:10, please. Thank you. We'll get going, please. Okay, so first up, I think we've got Lee from Netball Waikato Bay of Plenty. I think you've been delayed coming in, so thank you for struggling in on 29. I think you've been caught, so welcome. Do take a seat and press the button so you're live with the microphone and have 10 minutes. So Lee, over to you.
Thank you. I have a prepared statement I will read, but I also appreciate everybody's flexibility with the Kaimai's close this morning. Did send me on a bit of a detour cut through Haumarana. So, but yeah, thank you for having me. Kia ora, Chair and councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My name is Lee Ashton and I'm speaking on behalf of Te Puke Netball Centre and Netball Waikato Bay of Plenty Zone. And as a zone, we support over 27,000 netball participants across Waikato Bay of Plenty and Tairāwhiti. We're speaking about the spatial plan today with the proposal to locate a new pool on the site of the existing netball courts. We want to be clear from the outset, we support the development of a swimming pool for Te Puke. What we cannot support is locating the pool on the site of the Te Puke Netball Centre. The site is far more than a set of netball courts. It is a highly valued multi-use community facility that is used daily by children, schools, families, volunteers, and a wide range of community groups. I will read a letter from Lana Roberts, Te Puke Netball Centre President. Te Puke Netball Centre is 100% run by volunteers, and Lana is unable to be here today because of her work commitment, so she has asked that I read something on her behalf. Dear councillors, it was disheartening to read that you have proposed to move the town pool to one of two sites in Te Puke, one of which is where the netball courts are located. It was even more upsetting to discover that there is no intention to replace the courts anywhere in town. I don't think you realise the sheer number of people in our community that use the space. The Netball Centre provides an amazing program, a little bit of an echo there, for our primary school students to learn and develop their netball skills. These children travel from all of our rural and beach schools, as well as our two large schools in town. Over the past 5 years, our numbers have doubled, and we now have nearly 300 children playing netball on Thursdays through winter. Many of these children would not get to play if the courts were removed from town. Not only is the cost prohibitive to travel to Tauranga to play on Saturday, there is a clash of codes where most other sports are played on the same day. For our intermediate students, the Netball Centre is a place they return to with pride to volunteer their time for community service, to help with umpiring and timekeeping. These children strive to complete their Latimer Awards to the highest degree, and community service is a large part of this. Our Netball Centre builds athletes that go on to play netball through intermediate and high school. These courts are the best facilities for those teams to train on. All of the schools have one court, which is not enough for all of their teams to have access to train. Where are these kids supposed to go? We also have a number of our women's local teams that train under the lights at night time. These ladies do very well in the Tauranga Women's League and need good local courts to train. Have you, the councillors, taken an interest in the people that use these courts? Yes, winter is predominantly netball, but in the summertime, there are tennis nets set up on 3 courts, which are regularly used. Many children have learnt to skate and ride bikes and scooters. There is always someone having fun on the courts. We have our club rooms on site, which we rent the land from you to keep it on. These rooms are used by many groups in the community. Every Tuesday, we have the creative quilters setting up their sewing machines and crafting. This group of older ladies have used the club rooms for decades to get together and enjoy their crafts. If you take this space away from them, you're taking away a reason for them to get out of their homes for companionship and interaction, and how will this affect their mental health and well-being? Our RSE workers use the space most Sundays for their church service. This gives them a peaceful day of reflection, gathering to share food and blessings. Our high school is using the space for their services academy. This is a class designed to prepare kids going into the forces. They use the club rooms as a classroom space and the courts for exercise and revelry. As you can see, it's not just a few kids that you will be disappointing. There are thousands of people that use the courts and club rooms every year. This is a vital facility for our community. Please do not take it away. That's from Lana Roberts, Te Puke Netball Centre President. A little bit more from me. Participation in the Te Puke Netball Centre's junior netball competition was only 134 in 2016, 10 years ago. It experienced slow growth and up to 172 in 2020, but has almost doubled since then to welcome 273 children in 2025. These children come from 8 primary schools, many of whom travel from Makatu, Pukuhina and Pangaroa. For these families, Te Puke is the accessible option. If participation required travelling further to Tauranga, we know from experience many would simply stop playing, especially given the increasing costs of fuel and living for families. I should also mention the hundreds of whānau and supporters who come together each week on the sidelines of the junior netball competition to connect and be together. As Lana highlighted, this facility also supports intermediate and secondary school teams and programs, senior netball clubs, broader community groups, and importantly, 24/7 free access for informal recreation. Kids learning to ride bikes, families playing ball games, and young people having a safe space to gather together. If this site is lost, there is no equivalent alternative in Te Puke. There is nowhere else that can realistically replace multiple courts, school access, and open public use. It is not a relocation, it is a loss. Replacing open, free, hard court space with an enclosed, bookable, user pays pool results in a net loss of accessible community recreation, particularly for the children and young people. The two facilities are not interchangeable. It's also important to note a consultation gap. Neither Te Puke Netball Centre nor Netball Waikato Bay of Plenty Zone were engaged in discussions prior to the proposal coming out, despite being directly impacted long-term users. Netball is more than a sport, of course I'm going to say that. It builds confidence, leadership, connection and well-being, especially for girls and young women. It is sustained by a strong volunteer base. Increased travel and a loss of a home facility will directly threaten that. So today we're not asking council to choose between a pool and netball. We're asking that Te Puke not lose an established and heavily utilised asset in order to gain another, especially when alternative sites can and should be considered. We strongly urge council to protect and retain the Te Puke Netball Centre in its current location, engage meaningfully with affected users, identify alternative pool locations that do not displace an existing community facility. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Lee. 2 questions from me. Do you have a preferred location for the pool? Or is it just not where the netball courts are?
Not where the netball courts are. Also, as I'm not a local resident in Te Puke, I feel like that's probably beyond my scope as our region is quite broad and I don't have an answer from that from Te Puke Netball Centre.
And can you clarify how many netball courts are there on the site we're talking about?
6.
6, okay. Thank you. Any other questions for Lee? Deputy Mayor.
Is there 6 or 9? There's 9, sorry.
9,
Thank you.
okay.
Just wanted to say thank you for your superb submission. We've got the message.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So I think that's all the questions we've got. So thank you, appreciate your time and your eloquent submission. Thank you.
Thank you.
So moving on, I believe we have Wayne Stevenson online. Do we have him? From Waihi Beach Community Board. Can you hear us, Wayne?
I can hear you. I'm disabled from seeing you or from you seeing me, I guess, unless you can see me now.
We can't see you, but perhaps we can hear you well enough. So perhaps you'd like to just give your submission.
Cool. Yep. Okay. My video is disabled by the host for your information, but we'll carry on. Thank you so much. Thank you for hearing me, Councillor. councils and mayor and staff as well. I'll try and be brief and to the point on our submissions from the Waihi Beach Community Board in relation to your annual plan. We'll go through point one, our skate park at Waihi Beach, and if we go straight to part B, where we've requested some funding from council. Our argument on behalf of this is going to be a new concrete structure, require no maintenance for 10 or more years. Okay, we believe that's a significant financial savings for council over the next decade. So we ask if we can bring a percentage of that saving forward to subsidise our community board's contribution of $175,000 to this project. Further to this, I suggest that if this skateboard park is defined as a pathway or a cycleway, which really is a fair description, we could also save on resource consent expenses. Looking forward to a legal opinion on that, thank you, because that would be a considerable amount of money. On point two, our financial contributions on new developments. If we acknowledge that savings can also be identified by maximising resources invested from FinCos, then wouldn't discussing these projects with your community be as valuable as discussing them with a consultant? We ask this because we see developments from FinCos, including a pathway from Citrus Ave development through to Seaforth Road. But it's never discussed with us, and if the community was involved, surely we could use those resources better with some suggestions. The Waihi Beach Stormwater Program, look, that's a monster, and we're worried about it. We're worried about what may happen over the next 12 months or what may not happen. We ask you, please don't use the New Waters Company as a reason to slow progress on this subject. The subject of climate change goes hand in hand with the subject of harm to our community. I believe council dodged a legal bullet from the consequences of Gabriel on our community. I'm asking you, please don't take this risk again and keep moving forward with our stormwater issues, which, as you all know, have been going on for in excess of 10 years and haven't yet been addressed properly. The subject of the Seaforth Road upgrade, take that as being read, please. I don't see much more to say on that subject. On the matter of the Waihi Beach Road repairs, I apologise for the way I'm going to phrase this, but I don't see an alternative. Why is it that council and the contractors it uses do not know how to repair a road? And what is this lack of ability costing us? Simple question. We need an answer for that. It's just a road. It's a road like many other roads in New Zealand. Why can't we have an engineer that knows how to fix it? And if we don't have that, I'm sorry, we have to look at ourselves and ask where we're going wrong and address it, please, because not addressing this is costing us all money. Can we not let this failing of council carry on after this next 12 months? I do apologise for the attitude when I made that comment, but I didn't know an easier way of saying it. I'm so sorry. Athenry Road resurfacing, please take that as read. The Ahi Pāriki pathway, please take that as being read as well. Thank you. Water tap for fluoride, we don't support that. I'm sure some people do support that, but $65,000 we could all spend somewhere else. Point 9, and you have some supporting documentation sent through there. Some of that's a little bit graphic. I'm sorry it's graphic, but I'm sorry we can't apologise for it either, because that's a reality. We had a frail individual in our community come to serious harm because of a very unsafe pathway from Wilson Road through to Tamata Reserve. We had a semi-fix, and I must apologise. I was aware retrospectively about our request to fix that, but I didn't take enough notice. It was wrong just to put a few railings down there and presume it's fixed. We need to have that filled. It's a major safety issue. The injury occurred, and I am speaking on with support from the victim's family here, although we won't discuss names, etc. and the victim's family, I think, are also listening in on this conversation. One injury in relation to an elderly person is devastating. They do not often recover. In my experience in my past life, and I'm not going to bore you with that, I've seen an injury to an elderly person simply exacerbate her subsequent demise. They don't recover, they go downhill faster. It's not nice, it's not enjoyable, and we all know this. We all know when we need to be looking after the frail individuals in our community. So we have this very nasty pathway. It's a shingle pathway, gravel, that's not an issue, but it runs down to almost 2 meters below road level and back up again. A community board could invest in fixing that, and we would if we have to. It's going to cost us money. This is a council matter. This is a pathway that's been put there by council, and it's unsafe. It's dangerous. I have to ask council that if you do nothing else, prioritise matters that relate to safety. And somehow I challenge you to argue against that. Most of our submissions here are about safety, and that they've got to come first. And I'm not just representing Waihi Beach. I guess I'm representing the whole of Western Bay. But please address that matter. I should have given you a photograph of that. I do apologise, but if you get Google Maps out and look at 52 Wilson Road, you'll see the mess that we're talking about. Item 10, and this is an odd thing for an annual plan submission, and yet I don't believe it is, because it's about an attitude towards our community, and this should be happening all the time. We invite our mayor, our chief executive, our councillors and our staff to come out to your communities more often than you ever do at the moment. Come out to where it all happens, okay? And I know that's nerve-wracking, because I know the way some of our residents act at public meetings, and perhaps it's on us as community board to keep that in line, and we have to figure that out. But come out and face us. For example, our stormwater matters at Waihi Beach. There are issues that we need to address, but there are issues we need to be clearly told, we built there, it's our problem. Okay, we need to have open discussions about things like that and other things, and we need to get you, council, back out amongst us and engage with your ratepayers. That's it on that matter. Our final subject, we have Ross Gordy. He's there with you, and I'll ask him to speak on that matter. But beforehand, if you see it more efficient to deal with it, do you want to deal with me and then move on to Ross to close it off? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Wayne. I guess if there's any questions for you, that's probably best to handle now. So, any questions for Chair Stevenson? No. Okay. So, thank you, Wayne. That's been a good presentation, and that's a fairly thorough submission. So, I'll move now to Ross. We do have Councillor Daly's got a very quick question.
Sorry, Wayne, I see that you request council increase its funding for the skate park project so the Waihi Beach Community Board can decrease theirs, but you haven't put a figure on that. Did you have a suggestion for that?
No. Well, I'd like to suggest $175,000, but I'm just being stupid talking about those figures. What I suggest is that we strongly believe you will save in maintenance on this project now for the next 10 years or more. It's a simple concrete structure. That saving, you will tell me what that is. Give us a percentage. I know, for example, if you say you're going to save another $100,000, you don't actually save that money. Okay, you never do. There'll be a percentage of that actually be true savings. Slip it back to us. Thank you very much. I'll take 50% quite happily if you're happy with that, Grant. Thank you, mate.
Okay, thank you very much. We'll move on to Ross now. Thank you. Welcome.
Yes, good morning, councillors, mayor, staff, and what have you. Now on to Wayne's things. I've been delegated to talk about the 8.1% increase in rates. Now, you've all got a copy of this. And I'll take that as detailed, but my speaking notes over on the third page. Growing unaffordability, a challenge posed by rate increases. Now, according to Martin Jenkins, in 23-24, the average income for families in Western Bay are 92,000 year, right? But it all compares income versus rates growth. And your household incomes are only going up 3 or 4%. But your rates are going up between 8 and 12%, and this year another 8%. It creates a structural affordability gap. Typical households now pay a larger share of income into rates, rising from 3.5 in 2019 to 5.65 in 26-27. Waihee Beach households even have a higher increase, mainly due to their high capital values. And just for your information, the highest part of our community along Shore Road, their land value alone is $3 million per section. So they have a high roading rate as well as ordinary rates. Yes, they choose to live there, but that's what the reality is. The affordability gap is not temporary. It requires structural changes within the council. Key options including control personal costs, reduce overheads, rephasing of capital projects, adjust service levels, and increase non-rate revenues. Conclusion, without action, rates will continue to outpace incomes, increasing pressure on households, particularly in Waihee Beach. We recommend prioritising interventions to manage cost drivers and protect affordability. Thank you. Any questions?
Thank you, Ross. Appreciate you coming in. Just a couple of questions from me. And you've basically suggested that we reduce the rates increase and certain actions towards that, but they're quite high level and vague.
Yes.
I don't know if you have any particular suggestions, for example, on a capital program about rephasing non-critical projects or this review discretionary services, that kind of thing, because we've heard earlier from Wayne about get on with stormwater and don't delay it. So what's your view on rephasing non-critical projects and also discretionary services that might be dropped?
Well, that's all about, I dare say, as councillors well know, in a normal situation where we've got increased costs of things and things that are necessary to do, you look very hard at what is costing you to do things. And in a normal situation, and I know from farming situations, you just have to cut not dramatically, but you have to be very surgical about what is absolutely necessary and what is like to have. And that creates a situation where you focus on that affordability and the essential things. I'm not saying that we regret or should regret doing capital projects, because I know in Waihee Beach we've got $20 million in the wastewater account for our upgrade, not the function, but the upgrade of the wastewater plant. We've got 15 or 20 million on stormwater, and we've got 3 roads in Waihee Beach that need redoing. I dare say if that's an example of the district, there'll most likely be another 30 or 40. So you're in that position of having to be very careful and clever about what you do and how much it costs, so you get a better return, productivity, you might call it, in my view.
Okay, thank you, Ross. Is there any other questions? Councillor Daly.
Ross, as a former councillor, I'm sure you're well aware of the proposed change to the UAGC that we've got in our annual plan. And I'm just wondering what you think of the implications of that, especially in light of what you just presented to us.
Yes, I'm glad it's gone down because it actually it enables the lower end of the rate take to actually get $140 extra, or less, I should say, less rates, because that is spread. The rest of it goes off into the rates of the higher incomes and higher values. The jump to $700 was unpleasant in my view. But I actually also, we have got no idea how that UAGC is spent and what proportion it is. It's such and such, and I've learned over the last month or two that it's without GST, so that's the difference of what is on the sheet and what is actually collected. So if you could explain to me how much goes into the museum, how much goes into our library, how much goes into the environmental rate, I'd be happy. But at the moment, there is no accountability for that.
Considering what you just said, would you go further with that reduction?
I think there is a point of fairness that UAGC supports a whole lot of things, and it's spread over the whole district, and I would not like to see it dropped away completely. I mean, when I was on council, it was about $120, and then suddenly it became part and parcel of the environment rate, the library rate, and supposedly the museum rate as well. But that was only 80,000 on top of the 240,000 that it takes to run it. So just ask your councillors to ask for accountability of where that money is going to. It's not, I don't want to use this, it's not a slush fund of rates to just dip into no matter how or where. It is apportioned out to various activities. And there is no report, as far as I know, of reporting to councillors what money has been spent on what. It's much like one of your previous things. What is the rural rate? Well, the rural rate, as I know it, is for roading. But where do you report that what that rural rate, and it's quite a bit of money, is used for?
Ross, I think just cut you in there. I think it just goes into general rates. I don't think it's apportioned specifically, but I think I'm going to move on. Is there any last questions for Ross on this question? Deputy Mayor.
So what you're saying, Ross, is that the uniform annual general charge, you would like to know what that is spent on, that you think that the ratepayers out there would look to see how much is being spent on the library, how much is being spent
Right, I think I just answered that.
Is that what you're saying?
Deputy Mayor, I've just answered that question.
Yeah.
Okay, so we'll move. If there's no more questions, I'll move on, and thank you again for your time, Ross. Appreciate you coming in and giving us the handout which we've got today. Okay, awesome. So thank you. I'm sorry, who you want?
As a personal submission.
I thought that was your personal submission. Okay, wait, we'll carry on now then. Okay. Put your mic back on, please. Yeah, thank you.
If I do my own one, you've got my submission. Here is the copies for councillors. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, Your Worship, councillors and staff. But I'm focusing on one thing, and I'm sure it's ahead of you, but I'm just reminding you that I am aware that you've got 16.6 million stranded overhead risk. And I wish you were addressing it before the 1st of July 27 instead of afterwards, because I obviously will be part of your long-term plan things. The risk is confirmed through audit accounts and reinforced by both DIA and New Zealand, Audit New Zealand expectations. It's not something you would like to do and don't do. It is something you're required to do. It's a structural financial risk. When water services transfer out of council, they lose $39 million of revenue, $50 million expenditure, and something up to 15 million's current overheads allocated to water. Only 1.37 million of general rates. This includes 16 million stranded overheads, including the now $3 million increase in personal costs, increasing from 35 to 38 million. DIA direction. Councils must model full corporate overhead separation, support service reallocation, and organising resizing when water services transfer. I am sure you councillors are well aware of it, but it's got to be done. The handiwork has to be done. Audit New Zealand required. Councils must demonstrate financial sustainability post-transfer, including how overheads will be removed rather than redistributed. I'd hate to think that you're going to actually retain all those overheads into July, 1st of July 27. If unmanaged, these overheads will be shifted onto the remaining ratepayers on top of the new water charges. Now, I should have there, my Three Waters account at the moment is 2,389. That's to the end of this financial year. Next year it'll be slightly more. Now, under the proposed projection, I recall, not affirmative, if it stayed in-house, it was going to be 4,880. If it was CCO with Tauranga, it would be only 2,500. So I'm going to hit the 2,500, and like a lot of people, next year. Now, if you can achieve 2,500 for another 8 years, you've made a big win, a really huge win, that water services will only cost $2,500 or thereabouts. So, big tick. But I'd like to actually ask you to get another opinion now that you're further down the track, to actually see whether or not the predictions are still there. You need to do a water transfer financial impact statement, establish a transition program, direct the CE to prepare a corporate resizing plan, including staffing, non-staffing costs, and a revised internal charge model, consistent with the DIA and audit expectations. Again, reducing overheads of 16 million, and rebuild the internal charge model, consolidate corporate functions. I ask council to acknowledge the 16.6 million stranded overhead costs, because I've seen, well, it's only 1.3. Commit to corporate centre resizing plan, establish a water transferring financial impact statement, rebuild the internal charge model, ensure no stranded overheads are shifted to ratepayers. Report annually on progress. Closing, DIA and Audit New Zealand are clear. Councils must resize and restructure to remain financially viable. Acting now protects ratepayers and maintains financial prudence. Thank you. Questions?
Thank you, Ross. Any questions? No? Okay, very comprehensive. Thank you very much, Ross.
That's all right.
I appreciate
Thank you.
your time.
I'm sure you're right on track.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, I'd now like to ask Campbell and Karen to come forward and talk to us about the roading in the annual plan.
Hi, Mr. Mayor and councillors. Thank you very much for this opportunity to speak on our submission regarding the roading spending in the annual plan. Wish to speak in support of the 5.8 million roading allocation and against the proposal to cut the smaller road spending from 900,000 down to 500,000. I'd like to support these, or my views, by using Mountia Road as an example. Now, Karen is also going to speak, and we are both residents of Mountia Road, so this is our road. Now, Mountia Road, very short road, only 650 metres long, only has 10 households on it, and we are continually being reminded that this is a small road, therefore it's a small problem, so go away. But the things that are overlooked is that this road also serves 2 commercial kiwi fruit orchards, 1 avocado orchard, 1 sheep and beef farm, and 1 dry stock grazing property and multiple lifestyle properties. It has 2 families with children, 1 whose children walk down and up Mountia Road every day to catch the school bus. It has been labelled remote rural by council, despite being about 450 metres from State Highway 2. It has been labelled this, we have been told, because it is unsealed and it has an unformed turning bay at its terminal end. So it's deemed unsuitable for rubbish trucks and recycling trucks to go up our road. Yet the orchards and the grazing property at the end of the road are expected to have stock trucks and trailers go up there, and at harvesting time for kiwi fruit, we've got all of the big trucks coming in and taking out hundreds of bins of kiwi fruit. And as one of the kiwi fruit orchard owners, who hasn't picked their kiwi fruit yet, going to do that next 3 to 4 weeks, I would like you to take a look at these photos in a minute and just see how you think the trucks will get on. We're a little bit concerned about them going up and down our road. Now, I probably, so you can see that map up there. This is Mountia Road, as you can see, State Highway 2, State Highway 2, Mountia Road, terminates just with a dead end there. Right, not very long. Now, the problems that we are having with Mountia Road, well, it's been on the shortlist for the council for the last 15 years to be tar sealed. That has not happened, and we do understand that there's a lack of priority funding to be the main reason for this. But over the last 5 years, there's been a failure to even maintain the road adequately, and it's deteriorating rapidly. So we have 2 main culverts. Where are we? That one and that one. And the culvert running parallel to Turntable Hill Road appears to be unable to cope with the water flows even in a medium rainfall event. And the discharge at the end of the culvert has been damaged, and the solution appears to be just putting a road cone next to it. So can we move? Can you make it go to the next one? Or? Yeah, I'm just trying to find where my arrow is. Huh? Yeah, please. Just next. Oh, now that's a picture of a rainfall, more than a medium rainfall event, and that car there has been written off as it actually drove into Mountia Road because that culvert was overwhelmed. So next. No, keep going. Come back to that one. Okay. And that, no, keep going. Yeah. No, more. Sorry. Right. One more. 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 Right, that's the inlet of that culvert. Now, under there is the inlet pipe. That there is the inlet pipe. Right, and then the next one. That's the outlet pipe. So it's seems to be a culvert that's full at the top end and only half full at the bottom end. Anyway, that's just a resident's comment on that. The culvert further up the road is now completely blocked and the creek flows across the road and has gouged a pathway across it. We now have to cross a ford each time that we leave or return to our properties. And the culvert appears to be undersized and set too low in the creek bed to prevent further blockages. So can we just go back to, yeah, to the one going across the road? That one. Now that was 2 weeks ago. It still has a continuous trickle across it now. And then the water tables either side, yes, so going to the next ones, I think it is. Back forward, I think. Yeah, the water tables have gouged out either side of the road. And so that's the left side, the right side is worse. And then just one more. So that's my wife's Toyota Corolla in the middle of the road. That width is, as you can see from your photos, you've already got 2.7 metres wide, which is not good when you're driving a kiwi fruit truck full of kiwi fruit. And in the sun, the dust in the summer is an ongoing problem, and the houses located very close to the road have a special problem with it. Now, when we've made requests to council recently, our concerns about the road to have them remedied, we've been told there's no further funding and that our road is not a priority. When the grader finally did turn up 3 weeks ago, the road was regraded and several loads of gravel were put on it, and it was great. But they didn't unblock the culvert, and so the very next rain, all the new gravel got washed off, and that's why we have our ford over the road again. So I urge council to increase the roading budget by the 5.8 million, not to cut funding to smaller roads, so that roads like Mountia Road can be fixed and we can all travel safely on it. More specifically, we'd like council to allocate funding to a permanent, safe and resilient solution for Mountia Road.
Hello, I'm Campbell's neighbour. So you've got in front of you, I think it's been handed out, the little information commission that we've put together, which is, it's from my point of view, but every neighbour on the road feels the same way. And our biggest issue really is the safety aspect of, you've seen what we're dealing with. It was unfortunate that we all had this lovely amount of metal put on the road, and before that even finished grading, we had the rain come and wash it away. And previous to that, we've been battling for quite a while to get extra work done. We've been told the allocation for Mountia Road is one truck of metal per year, which is 8 cubic metres of metal for the whole road. We've been advised we're entitled to 1 mow a year, and we've had to really battle to get that done. There's also not only the roading we have issues with, there's a large pine tree, which the photo that you're in, if you just carry on up around the road, it's hanging out over the road, it's hanging out over the power lines. I've rung and spoke to council and was told it's PowerCo's problem. Rang and spoke to PowerCo, they told me it was council's problem. And in the meantime, we drive down the road and hope that the tree hasn't fallen down, because when it goes, it will take out the power lines and there'll be no access to any of the houses at the top of the road. So there's a lot of information in there which you've all got. gives you lots of information about culvert sizes and road widths and you know, the fact that our road doesn't even meet the minimum requirements as stated on your council website for rural, mountainous, low usage roads. As Campbell said, the council don't provide us with rubbish services. And when we questioned why, we were told that the road was too dangerous for the council vehicles to drive on. And yet we're expected to drive on there. Emergency services are expected to access the properties. And so I won't go into it because there's quite a bit of information there. But
Is there anything else? Because we're getting a bit over time. So
yes, no. So the final page that we've got there specifies why we want to support the funding. Roadway repair, culvert repair, roadside mowing, vegetation and tree management. All really, really vital for our businesses to keep productive so that we can actually pay the rates that we're being requested to fund every year. So thank you.
thank you very much. I think we'll just start by saying that I've just checked the seal extension priority list, and we do it in tranches, and so there's a current tranche being done at the moment. The next tranche, Mountie is third on the list, so that was almost certain to be done in the next tranche. It has to be updated, I guess, at the time, but it's looking almost certain that Mountie will be done the next tranche, which would solve council when it typically does seal extension. It sorts out stormwater issues and widens the road as well. So that would be the way forward, I'd suggest, on this one.
So does that include the engineering? Because basically we think there's some very basic engineering issues with the road, and putting gravel on top doesn't fix it. So will it go right back to the basics on how do we make this road?
Well, you normally fix the stormwater issues, or put culvert. If you're going to seal it, you put the culverts in first, that kind of stuff. But I don't want to go into too much detail because I can't speak to that really. So yeah.
What are the timelines that you talk about the next tranche? What does that look like?
Okay, well, I see the current tranche has roads being sealed to 28, 29. So I would imagine it'd be after that. I recognise that doesn't fix your immediate problems.
What do we do in the meantime?
Yeah, no, sure. And then sorry, that's what today's about. And I just wanted to put that out as the broader context. But totally hear what you say today. And with that, I'll open out to any other questions from councillors. Councillor Alvin.
What increase of road uses had there been up there recently? Has the number of properties increased, or what are the likely increases over the next short while of houses and properties up there? There's not many now. What are the prospects of it increasing over the next short while?
Well, in answer to that, it is a short road to nowhere. So it pretty much has the number of residents that it's always probably going to have, but they have become much more commercially viable as bigger production enterprises than what they were previously. Both of us have extended orchards or doubled their size and things like that. So the production has gone up markedly in the last 10 years for what is coming out, and the service vehicles required to do that.
So whilst we have communities that live on the road, and their children grow and they have more use of vehicles, etc., our property, our orchard is commercially managed. So we have contractors coming all year round. We have further development with infrastructure going in with, big trucks bringing in posts to putting in kiwi fruit, and those are significant sized vehicles on that little road. Previously, we've had trucks get stuck on that road and we've had to unload posts onto the road to be able to then take them one by one off the road because the trucks can't get up there. We're in a situation now that we actually don't let trucks come up our road that haven't been there before, so we make them stop and actually go and get the drivers and take them for a drive so they can see what they're dealing with.
Yeah, and I provide the turning bay at the top. They come down my drive and turn around so they can get back down the road.
Deputy Mayor.
You've got an old road, rural road, which is no longer fit for purpose. and tell me if you can't get the trenching done or the roading upgrade done until 2027, 28, what's the number one priority that you'd like to see done?
For me personally, I think it's the culverts. That's the real safety aspect that I see as the short term. As you saw the flooding, we've had two vehicles that we know of, and one of our other neighbours, his young son was unaware and started to walk through the flooding. There's no safety, or the culvert's just you saw it. I mean, we were the ones that put the safety cone there to stop vehicles falling in the drain. But when it floods, there's nothing. Down at the new Epida roundabout that they've put in, there's a large culvert there with a cage over it that at least provides some form of security in the case of flooding. If a vehicle does get swept away, that no one's going to get sucked into the culvert, because that large culvert that we have feeds into another larger culvert that goes under the road, under the road by the railway line. And if you go in there, there's no coming back. That's a risk to life. And that's a real risk that we face multiple times during the year. The latest now with this culvert, the smaller one that's now blocking, the road's just being scoured out, and small vehicles are struggling to get up the road, and it's just getting worse and worse.
So flooding and drainage.
Flooding and drainage.
Number one issue.
Yeah.
Okay, I think we'll end it there, but thank you very much for bringing the your way to our attention. Yeah, I feel your situation, so thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now move to Luke Van Veen from Te Puke Sports and Recreation Club. Thank you for your patience. I'll see you sitting there for a little while.
Morning all. Yeah, thanks for that. Yeah, it's all good. I know I was early. I was over this way with work and figured there's no point going all the way back to Te Puke when I can just do some stuff on my phone. So I appreciate your time today, Mayor and councillors and staff. Thank you very much for allowing us to submit on the annual plan. My name's Luke Van Veen. I'm the Te Puke Sports and Recreation Club president, and I'm here on behalf of the membership today and our club. I'm just going to talk to my submission, which I emailed through, and then really keen to, take questions, as I think a lot of the time we get a lot more benefit out of that and getting into the deeper roots of the submission. But just a quick overview, I'm sure you all hopefully are aware of Te Puke Sports Recreation Club, but we're a 116-year-old community organisation across different, brands, if you like, but as a whole, we've been around the community for 116 years. We're a non-for-profit sports organisation that has around about 450 to 500 members currently as we look to grow. Big one for us, we're probably one of 4 clubs in New Zealand only left that own their own land and building. So we are sort of out on our own, a little bit different, but in saying that, you are our neighbours, if you like, as we obviously utilise Hayward Park and other parks as parking and things. And I'm here today to talk around also funding, as we obviously are 100% funded for ourselves. We go out there and get all of our money to run our club, from sponsors to grants, and also yourselves giving us a small contribution into our maintenance for our fields. One of that is what I want to talk about today, is that for a very long time, we have seen little increase. Back in 1989, presentation was proposed to council that there be some funding dispersed to us due to the fact that we save you a lot of money in those field recs and what we do to upkeep. That has not moved with the times, and we're seeking some remedy in that. So on my submission, we do talk obviously around that. I understand in the long-term plan there is a mechanism, if you like, to start seeing small increases to CPI in that. But my urge to you as councillors is that it is still way behind the times. I really want to just quickly thank the councillors and the mayor that did come and just look at our club a few weeks ago. That was an invite put out from myself because we've just finished 2 major projects, one of which is a re-roof, which we funded ourselves at $120,000 and re-roofed our own building as it was leaking. So thankfully we no longer leak, and we have just upgraded our changing rooms to be female orientated to see the growing game of women's rugby. Thanks to the NZRU Legacy Fund through the Silver Lake deal, we were able to acquire $93,000 in funding to see that happen. So we're very thankful to allow to show you around our club. But like I said, back in when this first proposal was put to council in 1989, the 4 major costs that the club saw was estimated to cost of about $36,000 a year, and $21,000 that was a mortgage on the building we just built. We no longer have that mortgage, 100% mortgage free, but our cost now on our 5 biggest P&L lines is $74,000 to operate that club. The money that is dispersed from council for our fields is a very small portion of that, and is definitely nowhere near where it needs to be. So wanted to discuss that today. Also, as submission, I've come aware that because we are a not-for-profit, there's a possibility that through our rates bill, we've been being charged a PAN charge, and many other organisations around the Western Bay do not get charged those in their rates if they're a non-for-profit. So that's estimating us $7,180 a year that we have been charged ongoing for I don't know how long, when we're a 100% non-for-profit organisation looking after our community. So we pay that rate back to council, pay full rates. So almost basically the offset that council is giving us to maintain our fields to a high standard is virtually nothing if you look at it, because we're paying back in our rates. Just next one for me on the submission that I sent through was our parking. Obviously, I know it is potentially only at times 10 Saturdays a year, but that's still 10 Saturdays a year that Arto Avenue is bottlenecked extremely badly, because we get anywhere from 600 to 6,000 people if it's a final or it's a local derby coming to the grounds every Saturday, and the parking is definitely adequate. I've put through a couple of proposals that I'd like to see added in as potential. And I also would just like it noted here to council that unfortunately, and sorry, I haven't had a real chance to 100% clarify this, but I was made aware to me that I believe, well, we definitely put this into the long-term plan 3 to 4 years ago or more, and it has been I've been made aware, I'm pretty sure, that it's actually dropped out of the long-term plan. So there's some very, very disappointed people in the community right now that went through that work and proposed some increases in car parking quite some time ago, to now just be made aware that all of a sudden it's just no longer on council's radar, no correspondence or deliberation around why that's coming off the plan, because it was put in the long-term plan. So really just, disappointing to see, but we urge heavily that more car parking is needed for safety, for all the reasons. And I've produced a couple of potential options that we would like to see that would help in that space. So it's a big one for us as a community organisation. Like I said, we're 100% funded, and I sort of put there a couple of, like I said, projects that we've done. We have a 5 to 6 year plan that we intend to increase another close to 300,000 in capital that we will be self-funding and doing. So as you can see, we're very active in not just sitting here today looking for a handout, but we do recognise the magnitude of this club to the community, and I guess what we save the council, and if you had to run this facility yourself, what the cost would be to maintain the fields to the standard we do and have the car parking and things for your own facilities, and our members do use them. So look, it's something that's pretty exciting happening down in Christchurch right now. All Super Rugby teams are descending on Christchurch this weekend, so rugby is still a very vital part, and sport is a very vital part of tourism and economics and things for a lot of councils. And I think it's the grassroots game is definitely not one to be forgotten about as well, as we look to grow into different areas and grow our membership into other sports as well. So I do welcome questions and happy to talk to any points that you would like to ask.
Thank you, Luke, and I want to thank you for hosting us at your club a few weeks ago. So any questions from councillors? I think I got my chance to ask many questions before, but Deputy Mayor.
Very lucky we didn't have an earthquake. Te Kaha is built because
Mm.
they had an earthquake, and we don't want one.
No.
So, sir, priority parking for you is the number one issue. Is that right?
They're both priority from increased funding from council for field maintenance, as we hold our fields to very, very high standards. We're only getting an estimate of 15,000 a year from council, and we're spending close to 35 to 40,000 a year on field maintenance. And that's with us being very, very frugal on how we spend our money. We could spend in a smart way a lot more to maintain both fields to a higher degree. And then car parking is because of safety, definitely is a very high standard. And there's also other, community organizations around us that this would benefit. It wouldn't just benefit our club. The tennis club is there. The Centennial Park is used for football, I believe, have just moved there this winter. So the junior football are going to be there. So you add that in the mix as well. If we've got a home game, which looks like we're going to have 3 clashes, we're across the road, there's going to be potentially a couple of hundred kids running around with a football, and then our club trying to operate a full home game where we're, 3 or 4 teams, and then inviting opposition as well. And it's going to be diabolical.
Thank you. Councillor Daly.
Luke, thanks for coming in. Yeah, we did hear from you during our last long-term plan, and yeah, I'm not quite sure what came out of that, but obviously you're back asking the same question, so that's good timing. Just in terms of your $74,000 annual cost, does that include the 34 to 40 that you talk about for the field maintenance, or is that additional? Yes. Oh yeah, okay.
Yep, so that's in there along with our power, insurance. I want to say one other, sorry, like just the kind of the big 4, 5. I'm not going into the strapping tape and the stuff that are focused towards the sport. It's just your big 4, really.
But the water charges, we're putting our water charges up as well. I mean, how much water do you use for maintaining the fields?
Apologies, I couldn't give you the direct data right now. I didn't come prepared with that, but it is substantial. We are, again, as a membership, looking at putting a bore in ourselves, fully funded, to try and minimise that, because it is one of our big costs. But again, it just depends year on year. Obviously, is at the moment, again, not good, but we've had a lot of rain, so our water costs are down because we haven't had to irrigate this summer. But big, hot, dry summers, huge water costs.
Yeah, and you obviously make it available for other community groups, schools, and etc.
100%. So we have had Te Puke High School already ask if they can play there every Friday night this year. So yeah, we're very much community orientated, not just our membership.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Alvin.
Luke, can we be satisfied that when you're preparing the grounds, they're prepared to a level that gives the visitors a chance, rather than you guys that play below the ground level?
It's all about local derbies, isn't it? Nah, look, definitely. I love the question. Thank you. It's certainly something that we hold to a high standard, and I know we don't need to hold it to Super Rugby standard, but that's where we're looking. Like, we've had Chiefs looking, we've upgraded $80,000 worth of lights onto these fields, fully funded. Chiefs Super Rugby standard, and I'm not saying we need funding to be there, but that's the level we do take. So hey, look, if the visitors do get one up on us, so that's because we'll be hitting the groundsman up, definitely.
Okay, thank you. We'll leave there, but thank you very much, Luke. Sorry, Councillor Wade, did I miss you there?
Yes, thank you. Obviously, I'm very supportive of this club and what they do in our community. Just a brief question around the Aotearoa Avenue. Does the club get specific residents coming to the club and actually making complaints at all during those peak times where you're on the roadway?
I wouldn't say they wander down on that day and come and complain then and there, but we're a small community, and we do have a large outreach. So we are getting verbal, complaints through our networks, most definitely. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay, well, thank you very much, Luke. Appreciate your time today.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, all the best. Thank you. Okay, so now we move on to Pirako and Heta.
Kia ora tātou. Tuatahi ake i a tātou whakaaro ana, e whakarite ana mo te rā whakamahara i wā tātou Hoia, i wā tātou Anzac. He tika mea hua tunga whakaaro kia rātou kua mene atu ki te pō, rātou i pakanga mo ngā mōtika i te tangata, o te tangata haere mene atu rā. Kia tātou, kua kohi mai tēnei wā tēnā koutou i ngā kai kaunihira. Koutou, kei a koutou te hai pāpā nui o wēnei whakatau tēnā koutou. Kia ora tātou. Firstly, to our councillors, thank you for your consideration today. My name is Heta Gardner. I'm speaking today on behalf of Pirirako Tribal Authority as our kaihotu. I'm here representing the collective voice, rights and interests of the Pirirako Hapu. Our status as a legislated treaty partner is formally affirmed under the Ngā Hapu o Ngāti Ranginui Claims Settlement Act 2025. We have a registered membership exceeding 6,000. We have several priority areas that require tangible action. First is around equity. This annual plan must apply an equity lens to every dollar spent. Our whānau often live in larger households. The proposed user pay water model unfairly disadvantages our families for simply being together as families. While user pay seems fair on the surface, the imbalance occurs when larger families in one home could land with similar costs to smaller groups that are spread across 3 or 4 properties. Those living in condensed spaces shouldn't, in our view, have to absorb a comparable burden of cost to those with a housing portfolio with multiple houses. As is the principle of income tax, the more people make, the more tax they pay. It shares the wealth. The more property people have, the more they should contribute to the collective water bills of the community. Marae, while used less frequently, will also be disadvantaged. Equity of outcome must be the baseline. We believe in a shift toward a standard charge model for water. Second, heritage and stability. The roadside reserve and escarpments at Pukewhanakepa are registered wāhi tapu under the Heritage New Zealand Act. Council has a statutory duty to remediate the historical open wound created by roading to prevent further slips on Te Puna Station Road. Furthermore, Epeha and Raropua Urupa are at imminent risk. We often hear that council only provides for public cemeteries. We reject that reasoning. Our whānau are ratepayers. Our urupa serve a vital role in servicing our community. If a public cemetery suffered a slip that exposed burials, this council would act immediately. To leave our urupa vulnerable simply because of their land status, to us is flawed, bordering on negligent. This is about human dignity and public health. We seek redirected capital funding for bank stabilisation on all 3 sites. Third, roading and health. Unsealed roads are a health hazard. We see confirmation that the Guru Road seal extension is locked in for 2026-27. We also ask for the formal addition of Kuka and Raropua roads to the seal extension plan. This is about dust mitigation and ensuring dignified access for our returning whānau accessing Urupa. Fourth, water infrastructure. It's a failure of service that 113-year-old asbestos pipes still serve Paparoa Road and Paparoa Marae. We ask for immediate funding for replacement, the redirection of the $65,000 fluoride-free tap budget for Waihi Beach to this urgent need. For years, Pirirako has raised these issues only to see them deferred. In this new era of legislative partnership, we expect these priorities to be integrated into the annual plan and funded item lines. Happy to take questions.
Thank you, Heta. Great to have you here, and thank you for outlining your submission. Councillor Dinsdale.
Te mea tautai me mihi kia tika kia koe I tae a tina na mai te kōrero mai ki a mātai. Kia ora. So I guess when I was reading the submission, it raised a lot of issues. One around partnership that needs to be discussed. I guess for me though, I'm looking at the projects, the roads. So there's been a request through your submission to add roads to the current seal extension program before council. But one of the roads is Rāropua. And I note that in the report it says possible name change. What would that be?
So did you say possible name change?
It's stated in your submission, correct?
Still under discussion and review, so nothing firmly determined there.
And just one more. What does Ngāti Ranginui see that relationship looking like?
As is often the case year after year, our general, and I'm speaking on behalf of Piriraku here, a genuine partnership with genuine consideration moving forward. I think Māori bring a lot of value in a lot of these spaces and a lot of expertise in a lot of these spaces, and ours is one is in the relationships we are always trying to establish, whether they're with councils, whether they're with central government, or whether they're with private companies, is genuine partnerships where consideration and communication is paramount. And so that's something that we feel has been intermittent in this space. And we would just like to forward that, especially in light of the settlement of our treaty settlement last year, the onus and the responsibility on our councils to engage has been heightened from a legal standpoint. But actually, we're wanting to affirm positive working relationships and actually to contribute to the work that's going on in councils.
And finally, volumetric charges, you spoke to that on your submission around water. What is the whakaaro of Ranginui in terms of the current resource consenting before TCC around the Waiorohi and the Tautau? I'm happy to take your response after if you need time to think about it, but
I mean, a full and informed response to that would require a bit more detail. But I guess what I will say is that around the water issue, as I've articulated, a standardised process in terms of water bills as opposed to user pay is what we're after and what we think is most equitable.
Any other questions from councillors? No? Okay, well, thank you very much again, Heza, and certainly a few ideas for us to ponder on. So thank you very much. Okay, so now we'll move to the KP Waihi Beach Limited Partnership. Aaron Collier, and I think there's a few other people involved. So yeah, please take a seat.
Good afternoon, Your Worship, councillors and council staff. So my name is Aaron Collier. I'm a consultant planner, and I've been assisting Karaka Pines with their retirement village for a number of years. And just to my right is Luke Mays. Luke is one of the directors of Karaka Pines. Perhaps if I just summarise the submission that Karaka Pines have lodged with you, and then at the end of that, Mr. Mays wanted to say a couple of words about Karaka Pines in general, and particularly the retirement village model that they run. But just referring to the submission, which I assume you've got a copy of and have read, I've also got here, which may be of some interest to the council, is sort of 3 handouts. I'm not sure if the committee secretary would like to circulate those, but basically it's a copy of the master plan, a photograph showing the existing stormwater swales, and an aerial photograph just showing the current village in terms of what's been constructed to date. But the submission from Karaka Pines relates to the council's financial contributions policy, and specifically the financial contributions relating to stormwater. The village was established under a resource consent which was granted in 2021. And at the time, there were financial contributions payable. So there's 100 units that have consent. And at the time in 2021, the stormwater financial contribution payable was $1,633 plus GST per unit. As part of the 2025 adjustment, that financial contribution policy changed from $1,633.44 to $11,749. And this year it's proposing to be amended further by increasing it to $12,597. So as you can see, the increase from 2021 is a very significant increase on the Karaka Pines developer. In relation to that increase, I think it's really important for you to understand that Karaka Pines had to undertake all of their own stormwater mitigation. And so they've, as set out in the submission, they've spent around about $4 million developing a stormwater network to mitigate all of their effects. The critical point there being that they're required to mitigate all of their effects in a 100-year event. And the stormwater modelling, which has been recently completed by Tonkin and Taylor, actually shows that there's an increased benefit in terms of the downstream discharge, even taking into account the pre-development flows. So as a result of the village, there's actually a net improvement on the system. So the issue for Karaka Pines is that they're not like necessarily an ordinary developer who are dissatisfied, if you like, with ordinary cost escalations. They've gone ahead and mitigated all of their effects. They were happy to pay the downstream impacts in relation to the 2 Mile Creek Bank upgrades at the time that existed when their resource consent was granted. But the factual case is that they've effectively internalised all of their own stormwater effects, and now they're being asked to effectively pay for this additional cost, which effectively accounts to double dipping on their part in the context that they've provided for all of their infrastructure. Now, as part of the formal resource consent approach, they have a consent condition that requires a review, and so the council can review the consent and impose the current financial contributions. They have made an application in a draft format to the council, and one of the comments that's come back from the council is that waivers or reductions are best addressed and dealt with through this process in the first instance, or a plan change process. Now, the plan change process isn't available to Karaka Pines or the council because of the moratorium on plan changes. So that is the reason why Karaka Pines have submitted to you on the financial contribution policy. What they are seeking is that there is an acknowledgement in the financial contribution policy in relation to Karaka Pines' specific situation. They are happy to pay the financial contributions as originally levied in 2021, but subject to adjustment based on inflation. So I'd now like to just hand over to Mr. Mays, and then we're happy to take any questions from you. Thank you.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for your time. I'd make 3 points in the interest of time and to receive questions. The first one is that Karaka Pines was set up about 9 years ago with one of our core philosophies was to provide a fairer model in the retirement village industry. As you're probably aware, many operators take an awful lot of equity off elderly people. And the way that we set up our business was to provide an opportunity where they get all that capital gain back and they don't have the same. So our process was built around fairness and trying to change the industry, really. We've got 8 villages around the country. The consequence of our model is that we don't take an awful lot of money at the end. We actually have to rely on the margin we create between building and selling, and only that margin. So for this was a significant shock to us. And that's why we've taken the time to work with council staff on about 2 years on this issue, because we see it as an issue of fairness. We didn't actually cause council to have any cost at all in the process of developing this village. The reason why we were able to mitigate all of the stormwater requirements was because we spent the money that the council didn't have to spend. So for us, having to pay a large percentage increase seems to be the council double dipping. You could have spent the money in providing that infrastructure, but you didn't. We did. But therefore, our suggestion in terms of today is to provide an opportunity to say, hey, this is not right. And I think we're quite happy to pay our FinCos as they were, plus inflation, but the amount that is increased is out of line of what we would expect as a fairness. We have worked very amicably with the council staff over a long period of time, want to continue to do so. But today is really a chance now for the councillors to make the decision, which we think is a fair one.
Thank you, Luke, and thank you, Aaron. I guess the quick question I have is just to dig into that claim that was made that, we'll just ask a straight question. So you believe that the Karaka Pines village does not contribute to Waihi Beach's stormwater issues? Because we're all aware that Waihi Beach has some significant stormwater issues, and we're saying that given the works that you've already done and paid for privately, you're not contributing to that issue.
Correct. The development land was only taken on board when we solved the stormwater problem. We used the same model that the council does through Tonkin and Taylor. We proved through that model that if we used, and you'll see a photo of these very large swales, what that did was provide the retention that under various storms, the output through the same culvert is less than what it was. This was, it's very slightly less than what it was if we hadn't developed. So our infrastructure, our development does not increase, it slightly decreases the impact of the downstream flooding.
Great. Thank you. Deputy Mayor.
I'm a bit lost, sir. We've got a lot of water in Waihi Beach and it keeps coming and it keeps flooding. So what is your double dipping issue? I got lost.
Okay, so if the council wanted to encourage development, it would choose potentially to provide significant stormwater infrastructure in your different communities. And that would allow developers to use that capacity to develop land, and then you would have every right to ask that developer to pay for that contribution to that infrastructure, correct? So the council chose not to provide that extra capacity. We did on our land in terms of what we've done with the $4 million. Therefore, for us to then pay for significant infrastructure capacity developed by the increased fees in the Stormwater FinCo, for us, we've paid that because we put it into our village. You didn't do it, we did it.
So you're saying that you've solved your stormwater problem and council is still billing you for it?
That's right. When we agreed to the number at the resource consent, it was 1,600, and we were happy to pay that because that was identified specifically for one particular project, something rather Creek. But what's happened is that there is a significant increase in that number because of future capacity, but not from our water.
There are no other questions. Appreciate your time. Thanks for coming in. There's a fairly full submission there, so I appreciate that as well. So all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, I'd now like to invite Mark Boyle of Te Puke Edge to come and give his verbal submission, please.
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity. Mark Boyle from Te Puke Edge, joined today by Mr. Cooney, who helped me with speaking to our submission. Also attending today is Mrs. Leach, who made a presentation to council recently, and we wanted to reference that in our talking points today. So due to the fact that our submission is very broad and we have time constraints, obviously we're not able to speak to the 29 specific points in our document. However, we want to touch on 9 points of importance, and we'll move through them very swiftly. So the first is around roading, and we point out a number of issues around safety and being fit for purpose. We'd ask the council to look at those, and some of those issues have been raised over many years. The second is around town centre issues that are detailed in a document that council has now put together, referenced as SR 101606, and included with that is the submission of Mrs. Leach. This comes about as a result of a landlord and retailer meeting in March, very well attended, including councillors. And from that flowed a number of issues around security, presentation of the town, et cetera, and we're asking council to treat this as a priority for resolution. The third one is around Te Puke highway congestion and an urgent need for relief. In particular, we referenced the opportunity for a Seddon Street link to the Tauranga Eastern Link, which I know is something that is in the preliminary stages of investigation. Just to highlight this as an issue, at various times of the day, east and west, this chronic congestion is now at a point where something will have to give. Sometimes during the day from the town centre east, traffic goes almost to the roundabout onto the Tauranga Eastern Link in delays of 45, 50, one instance an hour and a half. Coming west in the morning, it's equally chronic getting into the town. So we can't go on with this because Te Puke is a big, big economic engine and it's disrupting business, commerce, people movement. So we really need to have a high level of attention to finding some way to relieve it. Number 4, we'd ask you to ensure that water resources in Te Puke are protected in the long term. I know there's a new water entity about to commence. As I said, we're a big engine and we're pretty thirsty. So we need to ensure that our water resources are there for industry and our communities. Raised at point number 5 around tourism and a contestable fund. That's something that we talk about every year with you. Number 6 around industrial land for the Te Puke Township and some frustrations in getting that done, not necessarily because of the Western Bay Council, in one instance largely because of the Bay of Plenty Regional Council. But in view of the fact that that's about to change, that's something that needs some attention. Experience Te Puke Kiwifruit Capital of the World is a very significant initiative for industry and our communities. It's funded by industry, growers, individuals with some skin in the game. We ask you to consider a rates remission for the premises that we lease at 131 Jellicoe Street, which is a very kind of significant undertaking. Talking about Let's Keep It Local Te Puke, you know about that. We ask you to continue to support it. And finally, to housing and infrastructure, including the Te Puke Spatial Plan. So I guess the first thing is that we ask that the Te Puke Spatial Plan is considered as all-encompassing of Te Puke, not just the township. And Te Puke is identified as the area from the Papamoa Hills to Otamaraka. And we have many communities that are linked in a multitude of ways. So that includes economics, business, education, sport and recreation, community participation. Kiwifruit's at the heart of that. It continues to grow. Its significance to the national economy is very, very large. More than 50% of the crop comes from Te Puke. It grows and has grown in recent years by as much as 250 hectares per annum of new plantings, and it will continue to grow. So we ask that the spatial plan be looked at in a broader sense and not just a town sense. And then we've also, over these last few years, asked you to please be proactive around initiatives for new housing. And there are frustrations in allowing well thought out and privately funded plan changes to progress. We've raised a case in point in our submission around Plan Change 95. We acknowledge the fact that there are national policy statements and processes, etc. But we do pose the question, how is it possible that serious consideration is given to taking up perhaps 800 hectares of prime kiwifruit land to create Te Kāinga, which would house 15,000 people, and generally in the sort of Paengaroa area, yet the ability to get a plan change through using 13 hectares of dairy land, which incidentally is no longer dairying, it's used for dry stock, can't get any traction in the Eastern Corridor. So it's a very sort of difficult thing for us to understand, and we pose the question. And on that basis, Mr. Cooney could speak to it, because there is very strong messaging from property developers that they do not believe that the economics of Te Kāinga stack up. And in terms of our submission, we're posing the question.
Yeah, look, just on Te Kāinga, I sit on the developers forum. We were approached regarding the regional deal. There wasn't one developer in that room agreed that Te Kāinga should even be in that regional deal. I'm sorry, but being one of the largest developers in this country, tied up with the New Zealand Super Fund, we've looked at a lot of projects like this. This does not stack up in any shape, form, or manner. I mean, you're in La La land. I'd love to see your feasibility. I'd love to go through it, and we'd drive a bus through it in 5 minutes. You cannot pay $1.5 to $2 million a hectare for kiwifruit land and think that you can do a subdivision and provide affordable housing. You're dreaming, absolutely dreaming. It will not work. And if you're going to put that sort of infrastructure in, someone's going to have to own a large chunk of that land. And you're going to buy a large chunk of that land, even 20 hectares, that's $40, $50 million you're outlaying. Then you've got to sit on that, you've got to finance it. You'll be well over $1 million, well north of $1 million per house. So I'm sorry, if you want affordability, you've got one of the fastest growing economic areas in New Zealand with kiwifruit. You've got thousands and thousands of hectares going into kiwifruit. It's an economic boom. You've got every 2.5 hectares, you need one new person. So what are you going to do with your housing? What's your proposal? I've seen it. You're relying on intensification. You're dreaming. Intensification isn't working. Look at Te Papa. They spent 50, 60 million upgrading that road. There's not one development going on down there of any significance, and there's not going to. So I can tell you now it's not affordable. I'm just going to read you something that is even in Smart Growth. I won't read all of it. Without significant intervention, there will remain a lack of housing that meets people's needs. In particular, limited delivery of housing that is affordable for low and middle income households. I'd like to know what this council, as councillors, what you're doing about it. Because I'm sorry, your planners have no idea. I'm sorry to be rude about your planners, but I've seen their proposals of intensification. You're not going to get your housing. You're 2,500 houses short. Te Kāinga, if it does come off, if someone's brave enough to take it on, it'd have to be a council. You can just look at Rangiuri to see what's going on there. That'll be single-digit returns from an IRR point of view. I know that for a fact. Unless council do it, no other developers are going to do it. So where do you propose to get your housing? I'm absolutely totally bemused. I really don't get it. You want to, as you said, you want to rezone 800 hectares of LUC2 land. Yet there's a plan change in play now that's called a small urban environment to be extended. And you're dealing with 5 hectares of LUC2 land. I mean, come on. You're in trouble from a housing point of view, I'm telling you now. Thank you.
Right, well, on that note, thank you for listening to us. The issue around housing is something that we continually talk about. There's a lot of passion in industry and business, and Te Puke in particular is very concerned about the ability to get housing underway to meet ongoing economic growth and development.
Yeah, I
Thank you very
agree. You've got to take Te Puke with your growth going out to east. You've got to look at Te Puke as an overall area. You just can't take Te Puke downtown, because I'll tell you now, I mean, that plan change that was done in Te Puke, all that kiwi fruit was done 25 years ago. It's still sitting there in kiwi fruit. Why? Because they're getting great returns for it and developers can't afford to buy it and develop it. It's that simple. How do you think you're going to get Tikahanga to work? Wow. I wish you'd do some consulting with the private sector in future.
Thank you. I do note that that's not an annual plan issue, but it probably feeds into the Te Puke spatial plan to some extent. I will just correct one fact though. Te Kāinga's planned for 40,000 people, not 15,000. So it's significantly larger. Obviously, that depends on intensification, which we've heard about. So I won't reiterate that. But anyway, any questions for Councillor Mark Boyle promoting their Weaver? Councillor Ray.
Thank you, Mark. My question is pretty simple. Obviously, I know the issues of the East myself. Do you support the removal of Main Street vegetation to revert back to grass?
Sorry, that's the overwhelming community supports that, yes.
Thank you, because there are still some people that are very confused about that. So thank you for that. Also, to the man next to you, slight other question. Sorry, I forgot your name. That was rude. So I didn't necessarily support the regional deal as a whole. So do you think that take out Te Kāinga?
So we've got to be careful about confidentiality here, Councillor Ray. So I just want
Yeah,
you may not be
nothing's
going there. I just want to warn you.
confidential. Yeah,
Just
yeah.
have fun.
If you took out that part, does the rest of the deal look good to you?
Sorry, it's confidential. We're not going to discuss the regional deal.
Well, how does he know that Te Kāinga's in there if it's not in the public?
Some aspects of I don't want to have a discussion about the regional deal today. That's not the time for it.
Someone needs to discuss it, because you shouldn't be having Te Kāinga in it. That's for real.
Yeah,
I mean,
we've
and
heard
sorry,
one,
and
that's fine.
Murray, just going back, you're saying 40,000 people and 800 hectares. That's 40 lots per hectare. You're not going to do a Hobsonville out at Pongokawa. You're dreaming.
Thank you, Peter. I just want to correct that. That was the proposal anyway. Whether it's right or wrong is a different question. But
Well, I think you should debate it in council a bit further before you submit it to a regional deal.
right, Councillor Ray.
Can I change my question?
Sure.
Yes, so you prefer that a smaller subdivision as such out east and further would be better than large scale development on kiwi fruit land? Because I see the land out in the east as it's quite wet. It's more or less a retired wetland into farmland, and it's low lying, it's flat land. So do you see that though as being more beneficial and affordable for people of the east?
It's quite simple. Smart Growth says you need immediate intervention to solve your housing problem. So when you get into the situation, if you want to wait around for Te Kāinga in 10 years' time, if it ever happens, your housing problem is going to go from 2,500 now to probably 10 to 15,000. So you need to be acting now and growing other areas. In the east is where your economic engine is growing, and it's growing rapidly. You need more housing out there. So we're talking about extending a small urban environment and making it slightly larger. Your infrastructure's there. The road, no one's objecting to the roading, is there to go now, ready to go. If you don't do some form of intervention around Te Puke and other areas, you're going to be in even worse trouble. When you've got an economic engine growing like that, you've got to support it. You've got to support it with housing. Otherwise, where are people going to come from? It's really simple. If you do Rangiora, where are they all going to live?
I thought that a lot of the jobs that were going at the Rangiora Business Park were already kind of promised to all the people that are unemployed in our area, but thank you.
You can tell, right.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Daly.
Yeah, thanks for coming in, Mark and Peter. My question is to Peter. I think you said did you say Te Puke should be a growth centre as well, and there should be some work put into there, and around the Seddon Street to Papamoa East Interchange Road that Mark talked about. Do you support that? I mean, you guys build roads as part of your subdivision, and that saves council building them. We heard this morning from some people on a 600-metre stretch of road that we aren't maintaining their road to the right standards. So obviously new developments with new roads is beneficial to council. Is to build a new road from Te Puke to Papamoa through the Blue Haven potential development. There's got to be, how hard is it to build a new road like that? I mean, is it, why aren't we building roads like that have a clear benefit to communities like Te Puke? And does that contribute to the Te Puke growth prospect?
Yeah, look, roading, I think you're right. You look at your transport document that came out, you're just looking at this little bit of Te Puke. You've got to look at the whole area because your whole region's growing substantially. You've got to interlink it a whole lot. But I mean, roading and major roading is you need to get yield off it to pay for that roading. If you haven't got yield coming off it, then it becomes a very expensive road. So roading is really, if you take a long-term view on roading, if you're going to do major highways and things, you should be looking to get yield off it because that yield pays for the road.
So follow that up. You know, Plan Change 95 was not approved through the commissioner process.
I just want to say we're not doing Plan Change 95
no.
today,
There's a good.
An example.
So the floodplain on Te Puke, like the Armour Farm area to Bell Road. I mean, that's maybe not quite as low lying as Plan Change 95 area, but we've been told that engineering can solve these problems, and it's a clear, big, flat green field canvas, basically. Do you consider it's feasible to grow build houses on that area? Because the issue that you've given us for Te Kāinga is value capture, and we don't get the value capture there, but there is potential on low value farmland.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, you've got to get land at the right price to justify putting infrastructure in. And I'm just going to correct you on that because you keep saying it's low lying. The 100 houses next door is on the same level as the housing we're proposing. So I don't know what you're talking about there, to be fair. But Bell Road, engineering will solve that because they're well down the track of getting that over the line. And all they're going to do is bring in imported fill. It's solvable at the right price. Anything's solvable at the right price.
I mean,
I think we better move on, Councillor.
The Plan Change 95 was just, I mean, that was part of the argument against it, wasn't it?
Yep.
Right, so move on. Got a number of questions. Deputy Mayor.
Delighted to see you, Mr. Cooney.
Delighted to see you too, Margaret.
We don't see our developers enough, and we can't do anything unless you're prepared to take the risk. And when you're giving us advice as to what we're capable of or not capable of, it really is sound advice. And I hope that we're all taking notice of it. I've got two questions. One, I understand if we don't, I'm a crack record on this, 3 times your average income to a medium priced house is affordable. 5 times it's unaffordable. What are we at now? Are we 7 or 8 times?
Margaret, I think we need to focus on the submission, not kind of other questions that.
Right, sir, yes, I can. So my advice is please make your submission to Smart Growth and make sure that we actually get this district moving.
The ironic thing, Margaret, is we applied to Smart Growth and it got kicked out because we were in a legal situation. It's a merry-go-round. How do you submit it to them? So we have to pull out of the plan change to submit it to Smart Growth, but they won't accept it now. And yet honest, I'm sorry, it's a joke. I believe, James, you sit as mayor at Smart Growth and you got legal advice on this.
I think though, sir, if I might say, the Te Kāinga one needs to be debated, and it needs to be debated at Smart Growth.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think it's worth saying, just for clarity, the Smart Growth strategy was consulted and went through a hearing process. So that process has happened. Doesn't mean we can't discuss it now, but I just want to make that clear. I've got a few more questions. Councillor Elvin.
Yes, I just want to ask.
One more, Deputy Mayor.
Second question on the transport issue, Mark. We've got the Seton Street one. Does it remove the congestion through to Puke for kiwi fruit growers?
Well, we don't know the answer. All we know is that there's an investigation into this as a solution. So what I'm saying is whatever we can do to quickly find a solution is critical. And we understand that that is one way in which you can relieve congestion.
Councillor Alvin.
I just want to take this back to the annual plan submission, and I want to understand whether your suggestion in the annual plan is the provision of hearing aids for the various parties around the table, because I have heard the story about Plan Change 95 and the development and Tikaianga out there for such a long time, and it seems to me to be relatively obvious. Do you think the provision of hearing aids for people around the council table are
Councillor
going to
Alvin, have
be-
you got a serious question,
Yeah.
please?
Yeah, well, actually, I probably agree with you, Councillor Alvin, actually. I think some logic needs to be applied, that's for real. And
Councillor
you,
Sol.
look, I'm sorry, but you as councillors, from what I'm saying, the tail is wagging the dog in this particular situation. You're a councillor, you dictate what happens. It's really simple. Give directions, mandate it. You want housing, mandate it. But at the moment, your mandates that there is no mandate, or maybe there is, but what you're coming up with is totally unachievable. And you're going to run into problems. I'm telling you now. We develop right throughout this country. We see it everywhere we go. This is you, with your growth in kiwi fruit, are running into some serious problems. You need to address them, and as councillors, step up and do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Sol.
Thank you. Now, as a developer, obviously there is a profit margin and so on in business. But my question to you is, aside from that, do you feel we are easy to work with? And the second part of it is, do we have a win-win type of attitude here?
I'll answer the very first one is we do make a profit, but we take the risk as well. And sometimes we don't make a profit. And if you want to make the profit, you take the risk. Good luck. No, you're very difficult to deal with. I'm telling you right now, we struggle with this particular council and have done for a number of years. And I'm going to tell you, you're not the only council that's difficult to deal with. I can tell you that right now. But the attitude, and this comes from Chris Bishop as well, I was with him last week, is that when you walk into a council, the general answer is no, and that's your starting point. And now you've got to work it out. Instead of saying, let's work a way to solve this, let's work together, it's just no, no, no. So we've got to go out and do a hell of a lot of work. And in one particular instance where you go to council and you do your homework and you meet with CEOs and you meet with planning staff and policy people, and they encourage you to submit a plan, and then all you do is object to them after spending $500,000, $600,000, $700,000. I'm sorry, but that's not fair. And that shouldn't be allowed. And this happened in a couple of instances in this particular council.
Okay, I think we need to stick.
So
Can we
it's not
stick
a
with
win-win.
Councillor Sol?
No, not at all.
Can we stick with the annual plan rather than how council operates? Appreciate the feedback though, but Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mark, Peter, brilliant presentation. Loved it. Mark, I know you've lived, breathed and worked in Te Puke for well excess of 15 years. You're the man on the ground. You're seeing what's happening. I'll go back to the annual plan. You've got a multiple of things and issues going on in Te Puke. If I was to ask you a question, it would be prioritising. And I would have been mean and say, give us your first one, but I won't be so mean. Can you give us your first three?
Well, I think the important thing is the strategic issues. So when we're talking about housing and infrastructure as it relates to a growing economy, it's a big strategic issue. So that's got to be, top of the list. But some of these other things that we address in these submissions are sort of minor things, and they just seem to take forever to get things done. So I've rattled off 9 or 8 different things. I just think that we could be a bit swifter in resolving them. And I think the other thing that's often forgotten is that there's local knowledge, and local people know how the place functions and what things aren't right and how they need to be fixed. Maybe better listeners listening to local knowledge, and some of these issues can be solved very simply.
Thank you. And Peter, great too. Thank you for your input. Now, my question for you, you've pretty much answered. It would be Plan Change 95 versus Tikanga. I think you've done well in answering those questions. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, there's no more questions. Thank you very much. Councillor Daly.
Sorry, Peter. This is one of the first times I think this is I might have seen you a couple of times in here, but very rarely see you submitting to our plans. Is there any reason why you don't come in more regularly and submit to our long-term plan, annual plan and so forth?
Because it's really frustrating coming to council and getting nowhere. That's pretty much why.
And Mr. Cooney is here today as a member of Te Puke Edge, supporting what we're saying.
But
So
I'd
it's
like-
been
Okay,
valuable.
right. Thank you, Councillor Daly. Thank you very much, gentlemen. It's good to have you here, and thank you, Mark, for a very detailed submission. Hopefully we can sort some of those issues out for you. So thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Okay, two more, and then we'll stop for lunch. So we have John Clements, who is online, I believe. John, are you there?
Yes, I'm online. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Yes.
Well, thank you very much for having me, and thanks for the opportunity to submit to the annual plan. Listening to some of the presentations, I feel a bit odd, because in fact I'm going to recommend you saving money, not the other way around. But the proposed 8.13 average rate increase is more than 3 times the local government consumer price index of approximately, start my video, just hold on. There we are. Okay, it's more than 3 times the local government consumer price index of about 2.5%. Obviously, that's pre the current global environment, but those numbers aren't available to any of us anyway. Whilst councils do face genuine cost pressures, so do households, and I think that's where I'm coming from in representing the local community. And significant savings are available that should be realised before ratepayers are asked to absorb increase of this scale. Let me just take you through some of the concerns and areas. Personnel costs and productivity. The personnel costs have increased 149% over 10 years, compared with a 36% inflation rate and 21% growth in rating units. So there's more than enough costs increases versus rating units. This represents a productivity gap of approximately $14 million per annum when benchmarked against inflation plus growth. The 2026 annual plan proposed a 13% increase in personnel costs, despite public sector salaries increasing by under 2%. And that's from Stats New Zealand. This increase occurs just 15 months before the council loses approximately 40% of its revenue when water services are transferred to the CCO, leaving a high overhead structure that must be addressed, because it won't disappear by itself. Overheads currently sit at 30% of personnel costs, thanks to our councillor, who's well known, compared with the sixth benchmark of 15 to 20%. Based on the 26-27 personnel budget of 38 million, this represents direct savings of $3.8 to $5.7 million. Additional secondary overhead recovery savings is between 1.5 and 3.1 million. So there is savings there for you to be had. So that's a potential savings of $5.3 to $8.8 million per annum. Independent analysis, the Martin Jenkins reports, identify Western Bay as spending approximately 3.5 million more than the nearest neighbourhood councils. Now, the answer was, well, we have got the downturn in the housing sector. Well, so do they. So therefore, that excuse is shallow. A realistic efficiency savings of about 1.5 to 2.5 million per annum is therefore achievable. Borrowings and interest costs. Borrowings increased from 115 million in 2024 audit to 176.3 million, a 53% increase in 1 year. Interest of costs have risen to 7.1 million and projected to reach 11.8 million in 2026-27. Approximately 3.8 million percentage points of the 8.13 rates increase is due solely to the rising interest costs, not any new services whatsoever. That is really one of the problems, both at the national level and at a local level. In fact, your debt is getting out of control. The roading budget has increased by 5.69 million. Further explanation is required. It's meant to be due to NZTE loss funding, but one assumes, therefore, that in fact grass mowing services and maintenance standards will return to their previous levels. That is not apparent at the current time. Local water done well, and the CCO, whilst you say, well, that's not a part of the annual plan, it certainly is. The transfer of water, wastewater, and stormwater services occurs on the 1st of July 2027, just 12 months after this annual plan comes into place. The annual plan is silent on the financial implications of this major restructure. The estimated transfer is 40%, 32 to 40% of assets, $102 million of debt, $50 million of revenue, and $50 million of expenditure. There is also an 8.4 million revenue shortfall in the Western Bay Water Services account, and Tauranga City Council's 13 million. And when that water is transferred, there will be immediately a cost increase of water cost by the CCO to recover that shortfall. Well, you cannot under-resource or underfund infrastructures, and Wellington Water provides a very cautionary example of the risks of under-resourced CCO transitions. This needs to be addressed if the annual plan is adopted. I have made some recommendations, and I think we've talked about artificial intelligence, but the strategic use of artificial intelligence as well as personal intelligence can deliver long-term productivity gains across the regulatory processing, customer services, asset management, and internal workflows. And examples have been given in the more detailed proposal. However, the removal of $900,000 from the ERP system means your database is therefore incomplete. Therefore, it limits the use of AI. It's counterproductive to remove that $900,000. The overall savings is between about $9.8 to $17 million, but it's going to require a hell of a lot of willpower. Even our conservative ones, though, would eliminate the above inflation component of the proposed rate increases. And I think you've got to view this not just from a point of view of the annual plans always talk about council affordability. What about ratepayer affordability? They're the ones who actually have to foot these bills. And they're certainly not the same. So whilst I propose the 8.13 percentage increase is not justified, when there are significant savings that are achievable, we need to also look very, very carefully at the transitioning costs for the CCO, because they are going to be upon you. By the time you start planning the long-term plan, those costs will be confronting you. Thank you very much for your time and consideration. Any questions?
Thank you, Member Clements. Appreciate you joining us online today. Are there any questions to be asked? Councillor Alvin.
John, thanks very much. Given that we want to have a changed approach in council to moving more to being a yes council, being progressive, I take it you're suggesting in your paper that it is possible to remain that and still achieve significant changes in the manner you've set out in your paper. You're not suggesting that we just tighten the belt up so that there's nothing left in the stomach and we disappear. You're suggesting there are savings that can be made without compromising our vision. Is that what you're saying?
No, absolutely. And I think that in fact, 6 to 8 years ago, there was some talk about lean, and I'm fairly familiar with the whole continuous improvement Kaizen approach. The productivity improvement within council is going backwards. And I think that therefore there has to be a really deep down willpower to actually address that. And yet, yeah, so in that, organizations that do good productivity improvement do not reduce services, they just improve their efficiency and delivery. And I've recognized that. And now, and if anyone has used AI, you can actually see it's what I call lean on steroids, because it actually just speeds up processing. I mean, I was in a board meeting yesterday and I had the minutes produced by AI by that overnight, within 10 minutes. It's not something that's complex. Well, it is complex, but it can really speed the whole process. But you do need a strong ERP system to actually start doing that. And even today, whilst I'm in Auckland, they're using AI on their financials. All of this is possible.
Okay, Councillor Daly.
John, thanks for your detailed submission. Are you able to supply it in a PDF format so I can do an AI summary of it? Because I'm struggling to get through it.
I'll send you my AI summary, yep.
I just want to pick up on your 4.2 point UAGC discrepancy, and I asked Ross the same question. Well, no, I didn't. I asked him a question, but it seems that you've asked a question that you're not sure about the answer. But I know in Ross's answer that he did understand the answer. But the offset that is made on a purely $140 per ratepayer basis is offset through an increase in the general rate through the capital value. But I just want to know, do you think we should go further with our reduction from 700 to 560 as a benefit for the affordability problem for the lower value properties?
Well, thanks, Grant. The answer to that is that, in fact, the overall productivity improvement will allow you to do the reduction. And that's what I'm trying to drive at, that, in fact, if you focus in some of, because there's some detailed costings within my submission, which tells you where you can look and where the savings are possible. And with that, the overall rate burden is reduced, virtually eliminated. That's what I'm suggesting. But it does require you to actually roll up your sleeves and be it's going to require willpower.
I don't want to tell a story, but
please don't.
My initial, no, quickly. My first job was at General Motors, and we had Isuzu come over from Japan and told us the Kaizen theory. And I really like your analogy about using Kaizen more. But are there like a practical way of introducing the Kaizen philosophy into an organisation like a district council? Because I do believe that there would be gains by doing that, as you suggested.
Well, the answer is yes. Within the financial institution industry, I'm busy, in fact, in a factory right now, doing that work right now. And I was in a factory yesterday doing that work. Yes, there is. So the answer is yes.
Thank you. Are there any other questions for Mr. Clements? No? Okay. Well, thank you very much for joining us. And
thank you very much.
Good luck in your work. Thank you. Right. Our last submitter for today is Sue Elliott, Chair Elliott, so from Makatu. So please do take a seat.
Tēnā koutou, ko Sue Elliott tōku ingoa. So I'm here on behalf of the Makatu Community Board. I'm the chair. And you would have got a late submission from me, and I want it to be included in the annual plan, please. And so I've gone through the history, and I will read to it because I'm new to this actual problem. So the what is Spencer Road, Utumakoro Culvert, and it's an upgrade replacement of the existing river culvert on the Utumakoro stream, located beside the junction of Makatu Road and Spencer Avenue, Makatu. This upgrade work involves the upgrade and removal of existing concrete culverts, silt removal, and the installation of a new cycle pathway on the west side of the existing crossing. The why, the original concerns about this culvert were brought about by flooding in the low-lying surrounding area of Makatu, caused by the current culvert being inadequate to deal with the increased burden in times of heavy downpours. This culvert also takes the majority of water from the surrounding streams in Makatu to the Kaituna River. In today's focus on the effects of climate change and the increasing amount of weather events causing inundation, it makes sense for this council to focus on prevention measures. For Makatu, this is a priority. Our community is striving to do our best to mitigate future damage. We even hosted a 2-day wānanga last week around the climate change, including a wide variety of representatives around the motu working in the space, discussing how we need to change our ideas. One of our members who attended our public, our meeting the other day, public member, lives above the culvert and commented about the latest state of emergency where the floodgates of the Kaituna were left open to Te Awakari o Ngā Tauranga, and that is the Kaituna coming through Makatu on the high tide. And the water pressure was clearly seen pushing water back up the Utumakoro stream. It was only when a member of your council notified the district council, regional council, sorry, that they needed to close the gates immediately, and that prevented flooding to the lower lying areas. And I can attest to that because Laura and I were in the emergency centre, and we got a call to say that they were thinking about closing Makatu Road because the water was coming up over the road. The financial history, this upgrade has been on the Makatu Community Board's agenda for over 10 years and has had several iterations. At that time, the original cost came in at 40,000, but due to historic political council disagreements, nothing was advanced to solve the problem. In June 2025, the then Community Board, after a consultation document, agreed to fully fund the culvert upgrade, committing 150,000 from the eroding budget, and also committed another 50,000 to the cycle pathway to connect the existing cycleway further up Makatu Road. This pathway would also provide a safe walking path for the school children walking to their nearby homes. In 2026, the new Community Board requested an update on when this project was to begin, with the understanding that this project was agreed on in June 2025 and was fully funded by the Community Board and was progressing. However, another consultation paper was drawn up and presented to our board on the 21st of April. So far, $38,180 has been spent on consultation fees. $12,000 is to be charged for consent fees, leaving a balance of $149,820 for the Community Board budget. To complete the project now requires a further $549,900. It was recommended in the report file number A7202941 that, number one, this issue is considered to be of low significance in terms of the Council's significance and engagement policy. Number two, The board cease all further works on the project as it does not have the funds to cover the 400,000 shortfall. Or number 3, the community board submits a request through the long-term plan process to seek funding to enable the completion of a project. At last night, Tuesday, community board meeting, all 3 of these recommendations were declined. We would like to have this project prioritised for our community in our annual plan. We are happy to co-fund this project by committing the original $200,000 to the project, having already spent $50,000 in consultation fees. I would encourage your council to support our community board in future-proofing our community against the potential ravages of climate change and also the increased costs of delaying this project for another 10 years. Thank you.
Thank you, Sue. I appreciate you coming in. And I must say I did read your agenda like a week ago or so, and was quite shocked that that cost increase gone a bit crazy, to be honest. So appreciate you coming to explain the issue. Were there any questions for Sue? I will just point out that if you want to know more about the Otumakoro culvert, please read the Makati Community Board agenda. But anyway, if there are any questions for now, Councillor Beach.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Sue, for coming along. I know last minute stuff, and I applaud you for doing it and coming along and speaking on behalf of it. A great presentation. I have 3 small questions for you. One is, are you feeling pressure from the residents that this should have been done or needs to be done?
To be quite honest, the residents do not know this price increase yet. I think when our board came on, our priorities were to push through the stuff that was agreed on last year, and this sat in that 1, 2, 3 priority list. And to be honest, I thought it was going ahead. The question was just when is it going ahead, and then to find out that it's not. I think when we let our community know, they will be very displeased.
Thank you. Second question, I know you've rated the council considers to be low significance. Would you, as the community board, put this as a high significance or a number 1 priority?
I think, especially after the weather events we've been having, this becomes a number 1 priority because we do have houses in that flat area. We have a marae on that flat area, and I think if you ask the residents, they do not want to have another flood down there.
Last but not least, maybe you want to make a comment on this, and I do applaud the community board for putting grit in the game. You know, another 200,000, a total of $250,000 on something that was worth 40,000 10 years ago. So I do applaud the community board for putting some go into it. Your comments in regards to doing that?
In regards to putting the money?
Committing to it?
Well, I think it's important. We didn't have enough time to actually go through our budget properly, but we have had some other areas in Makati that have been affected by weather events, and I can see that they're going to probably need some backup from the community board in the future. So at the moment, we're happy to commit that 200 because we do want to see it done. And this year or this 12 months, I think it needs to go through, it needs to be done. I think it's short-term thinking that it's 500,000. Like you say, if it was done 10 years ago at 40,000, it probably wouldn't be an issue. If we don't do it now and we put it on the long-term plan, and as I can see coming new to this position, it takes 10 years or so to get things through, and we may be looking at $1 million. So that there's going to be way out of our budget as a board.
So just perhaps ask your opinion on this, I think maybe more for staff, but has the increase from 40,000 to then 200, then 500,000 or more, is that because of cost increases or a scope creep, or what's the issue there?
That was my question when I read that paper. I couldn't, I would have liked to spoken to the consultants, because from my point of view, if I'm paying someone money to do a report for me, I expect them to come back to me and explain why that has cost, well, the costs are double within not even 12 months. I don't really understand that.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Were there any final questions for Sue? Oh, Councillor Ray and then Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Sue. As one of the ones who were responsible for setting some of this out, I'm deeply disappointed. But I do just take on board what the Mayor said. To me, this is all about scope creep. That's actually what was in the previous resolution, is nothing to do with what is actually being paid for. And it's all proof in the documents that we all have on our laptops. But the question is, do you think prioritising just a new pipe is all we ever wanted to do? The rest of it, I really feel that that's where the increases come in. So I just wanted to know from your point of view, do you think that if we had to take out, you know, a pathway across the culvert and desettlementation, which should be something that we're paying for anyway, do you think that that would work?
As to the scope, I didn't really have an understanding of the previous scope and the scope that we were given the other day, so I can't compare. But to my way of thinking, yes, to solve the problem of preventing flooding is the main area. I do still see that having that pathway over is important, because at the moment the children are walking on the road, and to me that's quite dangerous. And so I think we still need to include the pathway, because that's a busy thoroughfare. But yes, if there's any stuff in there that doesn't need to be done, then it doesn't need to be done.
I absolutely agree with that. So thank you, because it just states in there that the provision for the path be included. It was never go and price out the path. So I hope that the community board is able to just keep to what was promised.
Councillor Ray, it's not really for us to deliberate at this point, but thank you. Councillor Daly.
So yeah, thanks for coming in and putting in your late submission. I think it's really worthwhile, and like we've got two former community board chairs who are well aware of this history in the room. Ever since I've been attending Makatu Community Board, this issue comes up. So my question to you is, and other stormwater issues, to be honest, like Brett Waterhouse, he attended our community forum 3 or 4 years ago, and all he talked about was stormwater issues. So in terms of this being your board's #1 priority, you seem to agree on that. But my question is, do you see council funding other stormwater projects in your area that that you don't have to fund yourself? We know that there's...
So this doesn't sound like a question of clarification on the submission.
I mean, do you think it's fair that you have to pay for this? Seems like an essential piece of infrastructure for your community that I think other communities are not having to get community boards to pay for.
Questions, please.
Can you answer that question?
Well, for me as a layperson, it was quite surprising that the community board had agreed to fund 100%, because as far as I'm concerned, that is a council job.
You've got fully engineered drawings ready to go, haven't you? So effectively, this could be picked up and delivered, but you're just waiting for a resource consent from regional council, is that correct?
The resource consent went in December, apparently. That's the $12,000. So we just assumed it was going ahead until we get this budget blowout.
You're looking for the difference between what you can put in and what to complete the project from
Yes.
council.
Yes.
Okay. Don't see any other questions now, so thank you very much, Sue. I appreciate your time coming in and explaining this. It's a bit of a knotty problem, this one, isn't it? So anyway, thank you. And that will bring things to a close. So I will